Hello everyone, Simon here. We are in Life is Strange, but we're not going to play Life is Strange. I want to talk if you're interested. In fact, I might end up talking a lot because I want to talk about the whole game. I've been thinking, I think this game deserves a bit of thorough analysis because it's a really good game with some really important things in it. And even though I did spend a bit of time talking when I was playing through it, I think we should spend even more time talking about it now. So if you're not interested, then I guess you don't have to listen to this. It's a bit self-indulgent on my part. I'm just gonna talk. Um, I might end up being kind of negative about the whole thing, and not that that's. I don't want to come across as a negative about this game because I do like it. But here's the. So if I do come across as being a bit critical and negative about the game, just think of it this way: if like the good parts of the game, I don't need to say anything about because they're just good and they stand on their own, and I think it should speak for itself. The bad parts are the ones that I'll talk about, not because I want to trash the game, but because if there's something that I think is wrong, I just want to point it out, and so that we can all just kind of think about it and learn from it, and not just kind of accept things that are problematic or wrong. So, like, I don't. Like, I mean, I just want to say up front that I would highly recommend this game to anyone. In fact, I would say this is one of the crucial must-play games of all time. Like, I put this alongside BioShock and Half-Life 2. I put this alongside City Skyline and Minecraft, and like, this is one of these games that you have to play, right? Um, yeah. So I would rate this game very very highly. But to facilitate my memory, we're gonna go back to the journal, and we're actually gonna go through all 73 pages of this, and we're gonna just analyze and remember and talk about the story, and maybe get a bit of emotional closure as well. I'm not an emotional person by any stretch, but maybe you would like some debriefing, just because I feel like the game does, like the story does end a little bit abruptly, and it leaves a bit of a void. But I mean, a lot of stories don't end very well. So maybe we can get some closure by kind of going through all of this and thinking about it as well, and trying to just separate the important lessons from the fluff and the other stuff. In fact, we have more SMS messages. Interesting. What SMS messages do we have? Let's go to Warren. It's let's see. Still here, I know I promised. Cool, now I have to calm myself down. Yo, where are you, Max? Well, seriously, just tell me to piss off. Max, I was too tired, I left early, I'll see you tomorrow, Warren. It's a date then, sleep tight. Warren, this is worse than you think, delivery failure. Warren, delivery failure. If you get this message, please tell everyone to take shelter ASAP. Delivery failure. Alright, so that's not that important. Who else? Nathan. You fucked up my dorm door, I kill your scholarship. No, I didn't. I rewound the time. That's not. Yeah, no, that's not a thing. I went into his room and then rewound time, so that's not really important. We have locations. Oh, these are just things to read. Oops, my bad. These are just images we can look at, I think. Next. Oh, okay, I see. I see what that is. But that's not important. And these are the episode photos. There's a collection mode, so you can kind of play this through again without changing any of your choices and just kind of collect the photos. So I might just kind of do that and get all the achievements. But this is not important either. Let's go back. Let's start with people. And we will be really judgmental about all the characters. Let's do that. So Max is white and privileged, and spends a lot of money on film. Her name is Max Caulfield, and my name is Max Caulfield, and ever since I was a little kid, I knew I wanted to be a photographer. I've always seen the world through my own lens finder. Maybe it's a way for me to be part of the world, but but at a safe distance. In a way, it's a metaphor for the game itself, because the game talks about real world issues, but you don't have to participate in it. Like, we are looking through the eyes of Max into this world of Arcadia Bay. So, like, they talk about her being a photographer, or she talks about herself being a photographer, seeing through the lens as a way to see the world without being in it. But we are also seeing the world without being in it, because we're the player looking through the game camera at the game world. So in a way, it makes her a lot like us. You know what I mean? Like, we're living vicariously through her. And I mean, I'm not a photographer. I'm like the opposite of this sort of thing. I don't, like, if I'm in the world, I'm in the world. Like, I never plug my ears with iPods, and I don't even have a smartphone to kind of stare at all the time. And I certainly won't look, like, I don't take photographs. So I'm like the opposite of Max. So I honestly don't know what it's like to be that kind of person, to look at the world without, to try to want to look at the world without being in it. I mean, I don't go out all that much, to be honest. I play a lot of video games at my home, right? When you might be able to tell, I play a lot of video games. But when I'm in the world, I'm in the world. And I don't hide behind anything. So I don't know what that's like, to be honest. I don't know what that feels like, but well, let's continue. For some reason, I was always drawn to old analog camera gear rather than digital tech. I love all kinds of styles and techniques, but for me, the instant camera selfie is the one I love most. I don't care if people make fun of me or not, I am in great company, right? And now I've come all the way back to my childhood home to study photography at Blackwell Academy, a private school for 12th grade seniors. I mean, look, the camera, the capturing of moments, and the capturing of memories, I kind of get it, but at the same time, I live a lifestyle and a life philosophy that rejects it. I don't believe in possessing things. I don't believe in holding on to things. I believe in being a part of the world. And the reality of the world is that it changes. Right? Like, creating memories, creating a thing that captures a moment in time. To me, that's not real. Which is kind of weird because it's a photograph, of course. How's that not real? But it's not real in the sense that the past is past. The moment you take a photo of something, that's past, that's gone. And you can look back at the photo, but that's a photo of a thing that's gone. It's a photo of a moment that's gone. And if you just keep collecting scraps of things that are already gone, that's not my philosophy. My philosophy is to embrace everything that's coming, if that makes sense. Everything that is ahead of you. And yeah, I don't take photos. And you might say, well, don't you? What about all the things that you've let go? Like, do you just let go of things? Yeah, I do, because the past is past. The present is where we are now, and the future is what we need to think about. And it makes me a little bit. It can make me a little bit cold as a person. Like, if I just kind of, if you leave, you leave. I say goodbye, and that's it. I don't get sentimental about it. I don't say I'll miss you, because I don't believe in missing things. You know what I mean? Anyway, so like, Max is basically the opposite of me. So in a lot of ways, I can't. In a lot of ways, I don't relate with her. I don't know if that was obvious in the playthrough, but in a lot of ways, I don't relate with Max. She is not me. She is like the opposite of me. So that's interesting and awkward in the playthrough. Maybe you've noticed that in the playthrough. Maybe that was entertaining. But the fact that the things that I do and the things that I say are so out of character in Max, right? Yeah. I mean, I don't know if you. Okay, well, it's funny to me. I'm thinking back. Maybe we'll talk about that more. But having said that, I am unlike Max in a lot of crucial ways, I sympathize, you know, and I do, I don't disrespect her and what she does and what she believes in and her attitudes and things. In fact, I quite do respect her, and because I'm fully aware of the problems with my philosophy to life. I mean, everything has benefits and detriments, right? And so I don't have any problems with the way she approaches things. All right, let's continue. On a scholarship, even, I originally left behind Chloe, my best friend forever, at least until I left without talking to her once in 5 years. And it feels so weird to be back here without seeing her yet. So I'm 18 now, an official adult, even though I don't always feel so wise or mature. And I'm ready to begin a whole new life here with retro camera at my side, say cheese. See, that is something I would do. Like if I leave, I would leave, and there's a very good chance I won't contact people after I left. And I guess most people probably wouldn't like that about me, I guess. But the thing is, in my mind, it doesn't even matter. Like if somebody does that to me, it wouldn't matter to me. Like if they leave and don't contact me, okay, fine. And then when they come back and say hi, I'll say hi, and then we're back to whatever it was. Like if you just kind of leave me for 10 years and then come back, I'm okay with that. And as long as you're not too demanding about anything, like that's fine with me. But I do realize it's not necessarily fine with other people. Holy crap! Someone's playing with fireworks next door. I don't know if you can hear it, but it's really close and really loud. Anyway, hope you can't hear that in the video. So yeah, so I mean, it's something I would do, and it's something that actually I'm quite comfortable doing. But I do realize that other people might not like it. But then that's me. That's who I am, and I don't know. Maybe I should change that. Anyway, so that's Max. So this is Jefferson, right? Oh, not only is Mark Jefferson one of the best photographers in the world, he's also my teacher, and one of the reasons I wanted to come to Blackwell. How often do you get to be mentored by one of your inspirations? I've always loved his deco and goth style, and he's so versatile with all of his incredible print and advertising work. Still, Jefferson can be a bit condescending. He's pretty hip for his age, but kinda aloof and sometimes pretentious. He has this smug smile when he thinks he's right. But I do think he's preparing us for how tough it is to be a full-time artist. He acts like he understands my own work and obsession with analog images. He really wants me to enter a photo in this Everyday Heroes contest, but I've done a good job of avoiding that. The winner gets to fly to San Francisco to represent Blackwell Academy and get national exposure. I like to think my work could be good enough to win, and I'm honored Jefferson even bugs me about the contest. So that doesn't give you any clues about the fact that he's a monster. I've been thinking about this. Maybe a real-world analog would be Bill Cosby. I don't know if you guys are keeping up with the news, but relatively recently, the certain allegations have surfaced about Bill Cosby sexually assaulting women, drugging them, and raping them. And that happens. I mean, there's no murder involved, but with enough money, I guess you can buy the silence of people, at least for a while. So this is the sort of thing that does happen in real life. Not quite as dramatic or glamorized as in the game, but it does happen. There's a really bad thing about our culture is that sometimes if you're rich and famous and powerful, you get away with heinous stuff, and people won't push you. Like people won't prosecute you for being a monster if you have money and power and fame. Um, so it does happen. I just I'm still in my mind trying to come to terms with the bad storytelling. I still think it's bad storytelling, but it's with the best of intentions. This story, like to kind of show you this monstrosity that is Jefferson. But the jumping back and forth in time, I think, got in the way, and then kind of going into Max's mind and then her insecurities. I think that was a bit distracting too. I don't think that was useful. But to show you that monsters exist in the world, I think is useful. I don't think it doesn't quite tell you how to deal with them. Like with the suicide, in order to create this dramatic event, they leave problems unsolved until they blow up. Like Kate, you really should have talked to Kate multiple times before she got on the roof and jumped off. But the game never let you do it, right? Because if you did, then you would have defused the situation before she got to the roof. And so in the real world, you would do that. You would talk to her, just talk to her before she got to the point where she's on the roof and jumping off. But the game, in order to create these ridiculously dramatic situations, overly dramatic situations, they leave the problems until it's too late. And that is dangerous storytelling, because if the point of the story is to tell people, hey, these bad things happen and these are the things you should do to make things better, then that's not the way to make them better. The way to make them better is not to wait until it's too late. The way to make them better is to fix the problem before they become problems. And the thing with Jefferson is, like, why did Max ever have to be caught by him? Right, it's because the game decided we needed to see that, or because the story was more exciting that way, and therefore they ridiculously went out to the junkyard in the middle of the night and left themselves completely exposed and walked into a trap. That's silly. That's silly. Like, it, for the sake of creating a dramatic situation, it descends into silliness, which is a little bit disappointing because, again, the reason we're talking about, like, Jefferson, the reason for Jefferson's character to exist is because you need to see these monsters exist, and they exist in the real world as well, and you need to be careful with them. You need to kind of deal with them without putting yourself in danger, if possible. And but yeah, no. For the sake of drama, the game doesn't actually tell you the best way to do it. It kind of shows you a pretty fair way to do it, in fact. All right, well, we'll come back to that later on. Let's not jump ahead. Okay. Principal Wells. I can't figure out where Principal Wells is coming from. For some reason, he seems to be suspicious of me at all times. Who knew I was that much trouble? He wanted to know why I was zoning out in the halls. I stuttered like a fool. He has so much power over my scholarship I get uber nervous around him. I've even seen him laughing with other teachers and students, so I know he must have a problem with me. He also seems a little stressed out. I would be too if I had to oversee Blackwell and all its drama. I thought I smelled alcohol on its breath, but that could have been his cologne, right? But I remember my first meeting in his office, and he was so nice it made me feel like I was becoming part of a special world. He said he hoped I would become a great photographer and someday return the favor to Blackwell. I thought that was a bit wishful thinking, but it made me feel good. I just need to lay low around him until I can somehow gain his trust. Principal Wells. People like him exist in the real world too, and they are the ones who enable monsters to exist, because despite being a relatively nice person and well-intentioned, they fold to pressure. They fold to money and power, and so they allow atrocities to continue. You know, for every monster who drugs and rapes women, there are other people covering up the crimes for them. And Principal Wells is one of these people. It's because they don't have the courage, they don't have the moral strength to stand up to this bad behavior, and so, you know, you get someone with money, push them around a little bit, and they fold. And so the atrocities continue, and they let it happen. So these people, I mean, they're not the bad people, but they allow the bad things to happen, and that's not good enough. But these people exist, and surprisingly, a lot of university staff and a lot of university leadership is kind of like this. I mean, I don't want to kind of point fingers at anyone or name names or anything, but as far as I've seen, a lot of bureaucrats are like this because they just, I mean, they have a job, they don't want to lose their job, they don't want to rock the boat, and so instead of doing what's right, they just do whatever it is that will get rid of the problems as quickly as possible while causing as little trouble for themselves as possible. And these people, I mean, it's fundamentally not their fault, but they make it worse, and that is not good enough. These people exist, and you have to figure out who they are and how to get around them. And sometimes you don't get around them, unfortunately. I mean, look, in the real world, bad things happen to good people all the time, and these people don't stop it, right? And if I hope you won't become one of these people, but they're very common. They just don't have the courage, and they don't think that they have what it takes to do the right thing. Don't be one of these people if you can, but at the same time, I don't know. I don't know. Everybody has to make a choice sometimes. And maybe I hope you don't make this choice to be this sort of person. Alright, let's move on. What's his name again? Warren. I knew if I gave Warren my phone, he would blow it up for science. He wants his flash drive back after letting me borrow it for less than a week. He told me to watch everything because he has tons of cool TV shows and films on there. He pushes too much. Thank God it wasn't porn, and I'm thankful for Warren. He's like a real friend, and we share a lot of the same interests. He loves science, but he really understands art and appreciates great photography. Even though he says he loves my pictures, I can't tell if he's just being nice. Warren is a geek, but he definitely lets you know where he stands. I don't think he would ever lie to me. It feels good to have at least one strong ally the same age here, and he makes me smile. I don't buy it. I don't like Warren. I've said it before, I don't like Warren. He doesn't get it. You know, maybe in a way he reminds me too much of myself in the past, when I was stupid. Maybe that's it. Maybe he reminds me of myself when I was stupid. I don't know if you guys know. I don't know how old you guys are, but you know those people who are kind of smart, but not as experienced as you would like, and they haven't seen the world as much as you would like, and so they don't understand things. They don't quite understand how the world works. They don't quite understand how other people work, but they're smart and they're pushy about it. And so they think that what they have is like the best thing in the world, and so they just kind of, without meaning any harm or being a bad person, they just kind of push their crap onto other people. Well, not crap, but they push what they think are good things onto other people, but it doesn't work for other people all the time. And they don't get it. They don't get that other people are different from them, and they don't get that other people need different things from them. And so Warren and Max, like he just kind of gives her his flash drive so that she can watch his films, and he just like, it's just the stuff that he likes, and he kind of just expects Max to also like them, because why wouldn't everyone love those things? But because he doesn't understand that other people are different from him, and in this lack of understanding, they can do a lot of damage. And I don't know if I'm projecting myself too much onto him, but you know, it's like when you carelessly say something like, "Hey, I did that thing for you, now you owe me." You don't say that shit to anyone. You don't say that to anyone. You don't do stuff for them and then make them owe you. That is so rude. To put anyone in debt is so incredibly rude. But it comes so naturally to people who haven't thought about it before. And so Warren is this guy who's just not mature enough. Maybe in like 5 years he'll be a great guy. I don't know. But yeah, he's not mature enough. But I don't know if you get it. I don't know if other people see what I see. And again, maybe I see myself in him, or my past self in him a little too much. He ends up not helping, right? I guess like a good example is that he helped us against Nathan. Like he kind of punched Nathan for us, and that's great. Thank you. Good job punching Nathan for us. But then, like there was the Vortex Club party, and we asked him to be there, and then when we got there, he was drunk. Like what the hell is that? Like, he was in the loop. He knew that the Vortex Club was trouble. He knew what they did to Kate. He knew that we were going to act against Nathan, and he doesn't get it into his head that maybe we want him to be there as backup, as help, as reinforcements, as cavalry. Like we need him to be there to be helpful, but then he just goes there to the party, gets drunk, and is completely useless. Like he doesn't quite get it. You know what I mean? He always comes across as he doesn't quite get it. It's just kind of useless in that way. Despite him occasionally, like it's almost he's accidentally helpful when he's helpful, and then when he's not helpful, he's just oblivious. Maybe he's just a normal person. Maybe he's just a kid. He's just an ordinary kid out of his depth, I guess. If you are like Warren, you're not good enough. I mean, I'm sorry if I'm being harsh, but if you go to a party and you get drunk and you're not helpful, you're not good enough. You're just average. Alright, let's get past him. Chloe. Then there's Chloe Price. What do you say to your best friend after 5 years of silence? You say, "Hi, how are you doing? You doing okay?" That's what I say to them. After finding out you saved her life in the bathroom, nothing. I feel so lame for not staying in touch, or even text. I have no idea how to process seeing Chloe like this again. For one thing, she looks so similar but so different. She's all grown up now, but it doesn't seem like she's only 1 year older than me. I absolutely love her blue hair and punk clothes. It makes sense she would become a rebel. She still kinda looks like a pirate, except one who stage dives. I know she's angry with me because of her body language. I'm glad I can still see the old Chloe in there. Or is that the young Chloe? I'm sure she's messed up about her dad dying. I would be too. That was a terrible time for Chloe and Joyce. I feel bad because I wonder if I was happy to move away just to avoid the grief. Speaking of grief, it's clear she's all mixed up with Nathan Prescott's shit. I have no idea what's going on between them, but I'm going to find out no matter what. Chloe as a character feels a little bit like this fantasy girl who's everything at the same time. It seems like she's like, I mean, clearly she's the other person, right? She's the person that, she's the best friend. She's in most of the story. Like we spend most of our time with her. But she's like a rebel, but in some ways still a child. But then she's doing drugs. But then she's kind of impulsive and then in a lot of ways she drives the story along when she shouldn't by doing stupid things. She seems a little bit like she's kind of she seems a little too much. In a way that I don't know. She's not really a Mary Sue, but in a similar way, I feel like, I mean, as a fictional character, it seems like she's too many things at the same time. Like, in some ways, she's whatever we want her to be at that particular point in time, if that makes sense. Because unlike all the other characters, you can't kind of pinpoint her anywhere. I mean, yeah, okay, I mean, she's a rebel, kind of. maybe that's the only constant, rebelling against authority types. But even then, I mean, there's the other Chloe, the sick Chloe, who we killed with morphine, and then yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to say about that. I mean, like she's so smart and so dumb at the same time. Like when we need her to know what's going on and have a plan, then she has a plan. And then when we need her to not have a plan, she doesn't have a plan. Like we collected the clues and then Max had to solve the puzzle. And she's just kind of staring at the computer because that's a gameplay thing. Like we need the player to solve the problem. And then in other moments, like she gets a gun and shoots Frank, and then at other times she knows what to do. Like she comes to the school and says, "Hey, we're gonna break into the school and get evidence." But like that's her idea. Like like when the story needs her to be kind of clever and have good ideas, she'll just come with a good idea. And then when the story needs her to do something stupid, like lie down on the train tracks, she'll just lie down on the train tracks. So it's too convenient. Like she's been turned into this kind of convenient storytelling device, which I mean, it's not perfect, but I want to give them a pass because it's only her that this happens to. Maybe a little bit Jefferson. Anyway, she's likable. Of course, she's likable. Like we're after we. What was that? Like she got mad at us. She got mad at us, and then immediately afterwards, she sent us a text to apologize. So at the end of the third episode, like we were at a house and she got mad at us, and she dropped us off back at the school, and then that's when Max looked at the photo and went back and saved her old dad, and messed that one up. And then immediately afterwards, we come back and we find that she's texted us and apologized, and then we're back at her house again, and everything's okay again. So like, when the game needs her to be angry at us, then she's angry at us, and then the very next moment, when the game needs her to be okay again, she's okay again. Like it's just too convenient, in a way. Which, okay, well, I think I've said enough about that. Should she die or should she live? I think somewhere along the line, the story is supposed to be that she is fated to die, and every time we save her life, there's some sort of karma going on, and other things die in her stead. I think that's supposed to be the subtext, although it wasn't. I never really picked that up because, the cause and effect was never really clear. But I think the idea is that like it was her time to die. We mess up time to save her, and every time we save her, something else dies because there's some sort of cosmic balance. But that idea was never really explored in the game. I feel like it was just assumed, or it was just kind of presented to you, and it was like a key point in the final decision of whether you save her one more time or whether you let her die and then save the town, because that final time the whole town has to die in order for her to live, because that's how much debt you have accrued. That story just didn't make any sense to me. First of all, I believe in science. I can accept that there's a superpower that rewinds time, but this other stuff, kind of destiny and fate and cosmic balance and people dying to pay for other people to live. I mean, you need to kind of present that more clearly in the game for me to buy it. I don't buy it. I don't believe that at all. So that's a bit awkward too. Anyway, we'll come back to that again as we look through the story closely. Kate Marsh. I've forgotten if I've ever seen Kate Marsh smile or laugh in the past month. She's really sweet and nice, even though the other students make fun of her abstinence campaign. Even if they act immature, everybody at Blackwell are seniors, not high school not high school freshman. She gets a lot of shit, in fact. I know she's involved in a lot of religious groups, but she doesn't preach to me, so I don't care. Love is how you stay alive even after you're gone. She's been extra quiet and introverted the past couple of weeks. She looks like she's in zombie mode. I wish I could help her, but I can barely help myself. I wonder if all that bullying has worn her down. I can see how it would end. I would have to make an effort to talk to her more often, maybe invite her to tea or a movie. Although she's an adult, I bet she's not allowed to watch R-rated films. See, this is like red flags everywhere. I've already told you that I've had a friend commit suicide. I've also had friends be abused by their partners, like physically beaten. I mean, it's not. Well, I mean, sometimes you see it in celebrities, like Chris Brown beating up Rihanna. But I've seen friends like, so I've, and the crap part is that when it happened, I didn't really know enough to help them properly. And that's the thing. Like, if you have never encountered this before, you really don't know how to help. And so since then I've been reading, like occasionally I'll kind of read about this stuff and this, what do you do? What do you do if you think your friend, and this is key signs of somebody who's being abused or bullied is that they become like their personality seems to change. Like they become introverted or they become quiet. Or if you kind of invite them to something and say yes, and then at the last minute they cancel and they say no, they do that they do that all the time, and they always seem to be kind of scared, or like there are certain signs that tell you that people are not okay, that bad things are happening to them. And Kate Marsh was really exhibiting all the signs, even in the game. Like you think, the game, the lip sync is pretty bad, and you think the facial expressions would be kind of insufficient, but actually they did a really good job. And like even with these kind of fictional polygons, you could see in her body language and in her expressions and in her tones of voice, you can tell that she's a bullied person. So whoever created these characters and whoever wrote the story, they know about bullying and abuse because they created this character that is just clearly and recognizably in trouble. But but you but if you've never kind of met this kind of situation before, you might not realize just how bad the situation is just from looking at someone. But I have had the unfortunate situation of seeing enough of these people to know what they look like. And Kate Marsh is like, she's much worse than the people that I've known too. Like they really exaggerated just how bad Kate Marsh's situation is. And so if you see this sort of stuff, like you have to help them, you have to talk to them, get them to talk to you, just spend time with them, even if they don't want to talk to you, just sit next to them and hang out with them, and just be there for them at the very least. And I've said it over and over again, the game leaves it until she is actually on a rooftop jumping off before they let you try to fix the problem, instead of sitting next to her long before that to try to fix the problem. And in real life, if you think you see this happening, you need to do it much much earlier than that, because you don't have superpowers. You can't freeze time. If somebody is gonna jump off a roof, they'd be dead by the time you find them. So you don't have this power that Max has. So you have to catch this early, right? What else do I want to say? I guess that's it. I guess that's it. And again, maybe you were lucky, or you're just young and you've never kind of seen people in this sort of situation before. I hope you would take the time to do some research on like bullying and domestic violence and things like that, just to at least be a little bit prepared, just in case you find somebody in this situation, you need to help them, you know what to do. Because you don't want to, I'll tell you, you don't want to be at the other end not knowing what to do. Because I've been there. That's I mean I'm not proud. I'm the opposite of proud of how I failed to do anything useful in some of these situations. I've tried to help since. I've tried to help, but you never know. You never really know. Things aren't as easy as in this game. I mean, this game is not easy. Like, you kind of have to really pay attention to the details to get things right. But real life is even more difficult. It's even less certain, and even, you know, you just have to try your best, I guess. Alright, let's move on for now. Victoria. Victoria. If you let your insecurities hurt other people, that's not good enough. You can't let your insecurities hurt other people. Then there's Victoria Chase, the elite of Blackwell Academy and a total bitch. I hate saying that, I just don't know why somebody who's so rich and beautiful needs to be so fucking mean. 18-year-olds at a prestigious academy should be evolving into artists and scholars, not reality show contestants. Victoria does everything for maximum drama and actually wastes her time calling me out in class and taunting Kate Marsh. For reals, I wish her parents could see her in action. They'd cut off that trust fund fast. Then again, she's in the Vortex Club and they seem to own the school, so maybe that's why she doesn't give a shit. The odd thing is that she does know art and photography. She can even say all those French names that break my tongue. Her work is a little cold, but she has a good eye. She also has an eye for Mr. Jefferson, which is so obvious that I'm embarrassed for her. She does everything but sit in his lap. He keeps his distance, though. We can all tell she's trying to win the Everyday Heroes contest. I'm sure it drives her crazy that there's somebody she can't buy or seduce, huh? I'm not anything like Victoria. I'm not that rich. And I don't really care about status. I mean, when you don't care about status, you don't put other people down, because why would you? So, I relate to her even less than I relate to Max, which is like not at all. So I don't really know what to say. I don't know if her character is realistic or what. Because people like her, I just don't contact. I just don't have any contact with. If they're like this, I just say alright, bye, and I just do something else. What can I say? If you are someone like Victoria, then maybe you should take yourself less seriously. You know? You make things a lot easier for yourself. And you'll be a lot happier if you take yourself less seriously. I don't take myself that seriously. Unless when somebody else is on the line. Like if it's just me, I'm just gonna clown around and have a good time, you know what I mean? Yeah, don't take yourself that seriously, and status is not that important. I think, from my experience, if you are kind, and the environment is kind, then they won't be mean. Because they're only mean because they feel threatened, so they're like preemptively retaliating because they think you are a threat to them. Like that, I think that's the psychology of it. So if you put them in an environment where everyone else is mean, then they will just dive right in and start lashing out at everyone. But I think if everybody is just unbearably nice to everyone else, then they'll kind of still see what's happening, and they'll ease up, because it's their own insecurity. Like they feel threatened, and that's why they do the things they do. So, and I think like the way I act, I can diffuse most things, because as I said, I don't take myself that seriously. I mean, if you want to say mean things to me, go ahead, say mean things to me. I don't really care. I think it's funny, right? And if you want the cupcakes and you don't want to give me any cupcakes, we'll have all the cupcakes. I don't care. So like so it's like whatever it is that you want. Like if you want all the attention, we'll get the attention. I don't care. Let's have as much attention as you like. So like I don't really cupcakes, huh? So I don't really. So I think the way I am kind of just naturally diffuses the kind of like these kinds of people. Although, if I met one of these people and they're in the process of hurting other people, I will probably stop them with whatever is necessary to stop them. But again, if it's just me, whatever, you can do whatever you like. Yeah. So no, I can't relate to any people like that. And honestly, I don't see very many people like that. Although I think the way I behave and the people I hang out with means that I naturally weed out people like them. Like I naturally put myself in a situation where I won't have any contact with people like them. So yeah, I don't know. This is just she's a stranger to me. I don't know who she is. Rachel Amber. I'm sad that we never met her. I'm sad that we never met her. Where is Rachel Amber in the ground? Even though Blackwell Academy feels so remote and tranquil, you still get sad reminders of reality, like missing person posters literally wallpapered all over the campus. I already know her name through osmosis. I guess she was a popular student here and vanished 6 months ago. Rachel has a great picture on her missing person poster. She looks posed and pretty like a model. Of course, I wonder who took the photo. Did she run away from home? I'd like to hope so, for her sake. It's so depressing, and I feel awful for her parents. What a shitty thing to go through. Sigh. No matter how much Blackwell seems like a secret bubble of knowledge, you can't escape the real world. Rachel Amber. In the ground. The way they talk about Rachel seems like she has powers too. I wish they explored that. I wish they took that and they explored that more, because she seemed like this kind of person. Like she was called a chameleon at one point. Like she's this kind of perfect person that fits in everywhere. And I feel like the only way anyone can do that is if they can rewind time and know exactly what to say in any situation. I wish they explored that more. I think it would be interesting if instead of whatever story they told in the end, I hate episode 5. I wish they told it differently. But anyway, so I wish instead of that, I wish Rachel Amber was somehow, I don't know, caught in time somewhere. Or like she kind of turned into a butterfly or something, and that she kind of is still out there as a power and has some powers, and she's kind of looking out for people somehow. I don't know. I wish she was a bigger part of the story instead of just this MacGuffin that you're supposed to find, and eventually you find her in the ground, and that's the end of your story, right? I mean, she's like the plot device in a lot of ways. She drives the plot in a lot of ways, but then she's a nobody. She's never a character in the game or in the story. I just wish they told the story differently. I just wish they did. Only the last episode. I just wanna again. I don't want to get negative about this, but it's like 40% of good stuff, and then 20% of I'm not convinced. I'm just not convinced by the last 20%. I'm sorry. Joyce. Talking to Joyce Price after 5 years was almost as intense as seeing Chloe again, especially right back in ye old Two Whales diner. That clinking of silverware and the smell of sizzling bacon rewound me back to being a kid, hanging out here there with my parents for breakfast. I remember her always smiling at Chloe, even in mischief. Doubt she smiles at her hijinks now, but they still banter like mother and daughter. I moved to Seattle so soon after William died that I never saw how it affected Joyce. I'm glad she's not pissed at me for being selfish and never looking back. I still remember the last time Chloe and I saw him alive. I wonder how often Joyce will live that day. That's the worst kind of rewind, the one you can't control. But if I could go back to that moment, what would I do? Well, Max would do something silly, like try to bring him back to life, right? I wouldn't have done it. I can only imagine how Joyce ended up with David Madsen. Talk about opposites. You can tell she loves him, disturbing as that sounds. Maybe she just wants a more structured life for herself. Obviously, it didn't work out that way with Chloe. I hope they both treat her right. Joyce deserves the best. Joyce is, I guess, in many ways, your archetypal working class mum, a working class American mum, trying to hold the family together in the face of hardship. She's an everyday hero, yeah, she's one of those. Again, I don't really know her that well, in the sense that I don't know this kind of person that well. I'm privileged, man. I'm like Max. I mean, my family's not poor. I don't spend my money on film, but we're not poor, right? We're not we're not in Joyce's situation. We're more like Max's situation, my family, and myself. And so, yeah, no, I mean, but I'm not I'm not ignorant enough to try to burn all my clothes and then empty a thrift store like Max was thinking about. But so I'm aware that there are poor people in the world, and I shouldn't kind of waste things for their sake. But I don't have to live that. I don't have to live Joyce's life, so I don't really know it as well as some other people might. She's a good character. She's a good person, definitely. She's a good role model for whoever is in a similar situation. What can I say about her? Like she tries to hold her family together, but maybe she's not quite smart enough to help David, and she's not quite smart enough to help Chloe. Like you need some understanding of psychology and stuff to kind of help. So I mean, she's well intentioned, but she's not quite up to the task. I mean, and she works at Two Whales, tries to bring in enough money to kind of keep the family together, trying. So it's like she's trying to. She's not really up to the task, but she's trying, and that's worthy of respect, obviously. What can I say about her? I can't really think of anything else to say about her. She's an ordinary working mom, I guess. Ordinary working mom. No, I don't have much to say. Uh, what's his name? Frank. I'll never forget Frank, if only because he's the first and last person I'll ever aim a gun at. How did Chloe end up in this sketchy drug dealer's orbit? Exactly, why would she? I don't know, the weed. Just smoke weed. The weird thing is that when I first saw him threatening Chloe in the junkyard, I was more shocked how uncreepy he looked. I expected some try-hard gangster, but he looked more like a dumpster diving troll. Which I guess he kind of is since we were on his turf, testing out my rewind skills for Chloe's amusement. Though he didn't look like a serial killer, his vibe, aura, energy, whatever, was bad. I could literally feel the hair on my arms prickling. He wanted the money Chloe owed him, so it didn't make sense he would hurt her. But I wasn't going to take a chance, so yes, I actually threatened him with David's gun. Ridiculous. Okay, it's ridiculous for Max. I would have killed him. Uh, Fortunately, none of us ended up like Reservoir Dogs, and I saw that maybe Frank isn't as scary as I thought. But I don't want Chloe near him ever again. Since he was wearing one of Rachel Amber's bracelets for what the fuck reasons, I doubt Chloe will be partying with him anymore. But he's at the top of our suspect list now. Frank. The game tries really hard to humanize him. But here's my assessment. He provides the drugs that gets people raped and murdered. Therefore, he needs to be stopped. I mean, whatever kind of person he is, from a purely strategic perspective, he needs to be stopped. I mean, you want to sympathize with him all you like, but as long as he keeps providing those drugs to Nathan Prescott and Jefferson, people are going to get hurt. Even if he just provides drugs to other people, people are going to get hurt. I mean, he's not just selling weed, right? He's actually selling dangerous stuff as well. If you remember his code book, there's like cocaine and date rape drugs and all sorts of other things. Did he sell meth as well? I mean, acid is kind of okay. It messes you up a little bit, but acid is kind of okay. Weed is okay. Cannabis is okay. unless it's laced with other things, which might be possible. But he also sells hard drugs and date rape drugs. That's not cool. And prescription pills. That's not cool. Those things are dangerous. So he for whatever reason to get himself money, he hurts other people, and that means he needs to be stopped. That's my assessment of the situation. And no amount of anyone's efforts to humanize him and try to justify his behavior is really gonna change my mind. I mean, we either stop him. I mean, yeah, I would stop him, and I guess it's up to him to choose how he stops. Either he stops voluntarily, or we stop him with a bullet. I don't really care how we stop him. And yeah, like if it was me controlling Max, I pulled the trigger on him as Max. When we went back to him later, and we had the opportunity of letting Chloe kill him, the only reason I let him live is because I know killing him would mess up Chloe. Killing people messes up most people. Unless you're a psychopath, killing people will mess you up because it's emotionally shocking, right? It's not something that is pleasant for people, so when people kill someone, it really traumatizes the killer. Obviously, it traumatizes the dead person as well because they're dead now, but it also traumatizes the person who does the killing, and they probably need psychological help afterwards. And if killing someone doesn't traumatize you, then you're a monster because you're a psychopath, and you need to watch yourself, and not let yourself become that monster. But yeah, like so the reason I didn't let that happen is because it would mess up Chloe. So it's not for his sake that I let him live. It's just for Chloe's sake that I let him live. Yeah, no, like people like him, you can try as hard as you can to humanize them, but their actions are actively hurting people, and they need to stop, and they need to be stopped for that reason. Like you can't kind of sympathize with him to the extent that you let him continue hurting other people. You know what I mean? Ah, Nathan. Just when I thought Victoria Chase would be the worst of my social problems, now I have to deal with Nathan Prescott. But I guess he was the one who triggered my crazy rewind power by shooting that girl in the bathroom. He's 19 and already a scary fucking prick. I guess I have a little advantage on Nathan by being able to manipulate time, but if he shoots me, I may not be able to reverse anything. I have to be careful around him. Especially since he obviously got friends at high places, as his family's last name is practically branded on every building here at Blackwell. His money against mine. On one hand, I do kind of feel bad for Nathan because he doesn't seem to be in control. Like he's doped up or over-medicated. On the other, he's an asshole who nobody has called out. He almost did kill a girl on campus. Should I go straight to the police? What do I say about my rewind power? Like I'd say anything. I just have to watch my own back from now. Old school days. Yeah, no, I'd kill him too. The same reason I would kill Frank. Because, I mean, again, no matter how hard you try to humanize them, no matter how hard you try to tell me, oh, they're under a lot of pressure from their parents and they're mentally unstable and they need to be medicated. Yeah, well, he's a threat to other people. He is a clear and present danger to other people, and therefore he needs to be stopped. Again, how he is stopped is up to him. Either he stops voluntarily or we stop him with a gun or whatever it is. If you kind of give him a pass and then if you give him a pass and then he goes kill someone else, like the way he killed Rachel Amber, that's on you, you didn't stop him. So, no. I'll feel sympathy for him after he is stopped. Let's put it that way. And if you have problems, don't take drugs. It makes your problems worse. If you're in his position for some reason, you're mentally unstable, don't take drugs as well. It just makes it worse, man. It just makes it worse. Just don't do it. Why does he have a Confederate flag? I don't think this is correct. I think he should be a patriot. I don't think he should be a Confederate. That makes no sense. I mean, a military guy, I get it. But why would he also have a Confederate flag? Um, Whoa, I swear that security guard is the biggest ass here, and that's saying a lot. He always treats everybody like they've committed a crime or they're about to commit one. He grilled me in the hall today and I thought he was going to arrest me. I don't know much about him, but I heard he was kicked out of the army or something. So of course he would end up at Blackout Academy in charge of security. Aren't you supposed to feel, I don't know, secure on campus? Bro dude swaggers everywhere with that badge and gun like he's looking to tase somebody. He would make a good photo portrait of authority though. Who does a guy like that marry? I feel sorry for his family. It would be like living in a barracks. Shudder. Just another person I have to avoid at Blackwell. Collect them all. So again, in a way similar to the principal, like they kind of mean well. Actually, he's not similar to the principal. He kind of means well, but he's actually has problems. And instead of fixing his own problems, ends up putting his problems on other people by being a douchebag. Again, needs to be stopped one way or another. At the very least, it seems like you can talk David out of it. Right? It's like he's vaguely aware that he has problems. And if you kind of can earn his respect, you can talk him out of it. So he is susceptible to treatment, which is good, right? But he needs help, and he needs to stop being the problem and start being the solution. You know what I mean? Stop being a part of the problem and start being a part of the solution. And he is a part of the problem, or was for most of the story. He was part of the problem. I guess his character is meant to kind of highlight some of the issues that veterans have returning to life in America. Because America has a lot of veterans because too much military, you know what I mean? Americans? Too much military? You don't know, do you? If you've never been to other parts of the world, you don't quite realize how much military the United States has unless you've lived elsewhere. I mean, imagine spending an entire day in a city and not coming across any military people. That's what most countries are like. That's not what America is like, but that's what most countries are like. Like you spend your entire day in the city and there's no guns and there's no military people to be seen anywhere. That's what most of the world is like. But America has this thing, this legacy, I guess, from the Second World War, that you never stopped fighting the war and you just kept fighting more wars around the world because I don't know why. What? Korea, Vietnam, Iraq, Afghanistan, Iraq again, and plenty of other places. Why? What do you get out of it? Nothing. You get people killed, you get your own soldiers killed. What have you gained out of all of that? Nothing. American military. Alright. Yeah, so this sort of thing is not relevant really to people outside the US. Like a character like David, it's not really relevant to people outside the US. It's a United States problem. A uniquely United States problem. I guess some other countries too, but not that many. Really not that many. What is there to say about him? I think he's a really good portrait of just how much harm you can do with good intentions if you don't know what you're doing. See, like these other guys, like he's clearly a villain. He's clearly a villain. Like these people, they're clearly bad people. And they just don't, they clearly don't actually spend much time reflecting on how their actions hurt others. They don't even try to do the right thing. Whereas David tries to do the right thing but still fails. And I think that's more important. Like the bad guys are bad guys, just stop them. Not difficult. After you stop them, then you can show some sympathy for them and try to fix them. But it's not complicated, just stop them first, Whereas a guy like David is more complicated. because you need to kind of you need them to see what's going on because they don't get it. And in that way, it's interesting. Maybe I kind of do wish we had more time to spend with David in the game. I mean, there's a bit of interaction with him, but it wasn't really that fleshed out. I think if there were more consequences, like more choices and more consequences in the way you deal with David, I think it would be better. Like if the story extended to the point where you could get him and Chloe. First of all, you can get him to stop being such a hard ass, and then you convince him to kind of be a good father to Chloe. Like if you can get to that point, I think the story would be more valuable. But we never really got to that point. Like we kind of you could choose to side with him in an argument, but then the argument never like there's no follow up, right? And then you never get any opportunity to see David and Joyce and Chloe being a happy family. And in a way, that's a missed opportunity, right? Because that's a thing that happens to real people, like stepfathers and not understanding kids and being too hard and like stuff like that. That's a problem that happens to real people. And the game doesn't show you what you might do. Like it kind of puts you in the middle of it. It talks about it a little bit, and then it never resolves it. And I wish they did resolve it. Instead of some of the things that happened in episode 5, if they had that happen, that would have been more helpful in my opinion. It's a shame. It's a shame they didn't explore this further. Alright, so that's the characters. What other thing? I guess now we go look through the whole journal. 73 pages of me analyzing a little girl's life and criticizing it. Criticizing a little girl's life. Alright, here we go. We've read some of this before. Should I read it again? Let's read it again, just in case. July 10, 2013. I got accepted into Blackwell Academy. If words could dance, this would be a rave. Even though I've never been to one, but who cares, because I got into Blackwell Academy. I didn't think I would be so excited, since it's not like I didn't used to live in the same town. But when I saw the text from Blackwell's scholarship office, I could literally feel my pulse speed up. I thought it was going to say sorry, thanks for playing. It took me a few seconds before I read the whole thing. I guess I wanted to enjoy that last moment of blissful ignorance. And when I saw the word congratulations, I think I screamed. My mum cried and my dad laughed. They're so weird. But they're happy, and this means extra financial support because they didn't have to pay anything to Blackwell. This means new clothes and if I can work at a new laptop. Oh, and I have to keep telling myself in caps that I'm going to Blackwell Academy. So she's really, really happy that she got into Blackwell Academy. I guess this is supposed to highlight her youthfulness and her naivete. The idea that she would get excited about something like this. Like get this excited about something like this. I mean, I'm just a jaded old man, you know what I mean? I'm just kind of jaded and over life and, everything is a double-edged sword and I'm, I'm a jaded old man. And this is supposed to highlight the fact that Max is still young and hopeful. And young and naive and hopeful and like a doe leaping in the sun and happy in the world, and the world is a bright and beautiful place. Not full of monsters. Yeah. not full of people who commit suicide and people who drug each other and things like that, right? Well, good for her. Doesn't last. August 18, so this is it. I'm leaving Seattle to go back to Arcadia Bay. Usually people go to the high school closest to home. I suppose I am too, it's just I haven't lived there for 5 years. Out of all the best photography programs in the world, I chose to go to the smallest back in a town I was excited about leaving. Maybe I wanted to come back all along, just to see if Chloe and I are still even friends. I do wish Chloe could have moved with us to Seattle. That city was made for her. When we would play pirates in our room and in the woods, it seemed like Seattle was that fabled faraway island of treasure and adventure that we were always seeking with coffee shops. But Seattle wasn't like a fable, au contraire. Now Blackwell Academy seems more exotic to me than any other place in the world. To study photography under Mark Jefferson, sigh, insert hearts and flowers. Plus there'll be cool diverse students from everywhere, it won't be like my high school now. I never really found a groove with my classmates or boys. I'm lucky I have a couple great friends here, but it's time to ship out. So maybe Arcadia Bay will actually turn out to be the island of treasure and adventure I've been looking for. Again, that youthful hopefulness. Somehow the other place is always better than the place you're in, which is not necessarily true when you get there, but hey, optimism, am I right? Optimism. Um, Talks about Chloe. Is there anything really to talk about here? Not really. I think this is pretty familiar to us by now. Shit is crazy here. I didn't realize how much crap I had to pack until I had to pack all my crap. Mom and Dad are getting a little too excited I'm clearing out my room, though I caught Mom crying when she was packing my shirts. That made me want to cry like a little girl and never leave Seattle, so instead of packing, I feel like burning all my clothes, then just raiding a thrift store to build up a new Max wardrobe over my junior year. Not that I even have an old Max wardrobe. Nobody would know me except for Chloe, and who knows how different we are now. So I can cut my hair, get a tat and some piercings, maybe date a cute foreign exchange artiste from Paris or Rome. I can do anything unless I get busted. And there will be so many super cool chances for my photography to get exposed. Thinking about that is when I get scared but excited. And then I don't feel like crying at all. I get tingles down my arms, sensing the universe opening up for me. I can't wait to leave. I just want things to be different at Blackwell. Different? I guess kids feel this way growing up. They just want to see the world. I've talked about burning your clothes and raiding a thrift store. Don't do it. Alright? Just don't do it. Don't waste clothes. And then buy up clothes that poor people can afford so that they can't afford them anymore, or they can't buy them anymore. Don't do that. Alright, again, nothing really I have to say about that. My first entry from my new dorm room the night before my first day at Blackwell. Phew, I haven't had any time to write or even take pictures since I got here. My shit is in boxes all over the room, which is small but mine. And I never want to leave. I can't wait to decorate. I plan a whole wall of photos. I did meet some of my dorm mates, though I suck at remembering names, so I won't bother right now. But I think I can already see who's going to be cool to me and who's not. It's a bitch trying to get settled into a new school and social scene after I finally get good friends in Seattle. But I'm here now, and this is the start of my new life, sweet dreams. Blackwell sucks ass. I told myself not to whine so soon, but damn, the day started like Christmas morning. I barely had any dreams because I was so pumped to start my first official day of my new life. Like a dog, I couldn't figure out what to wear, so I chose what was on the floor. I'm no good with names and faces right away, but I picked up some names like Kate, Brooke, Taylor, Alyssa. Kate, Brooke, Taylor, Alyssa. So not the supermodels, except Taylor. And how could I forget Victoria Chase? Rich, stylish, entitled. I could feel instant judgment when she looked at my raggedy-ass clothes, as if I'm at Blackwell to strike fashion poses. Maybe I'm being extra crispy sensitive, but I think Victoria wants life here to be like her own reality show. Alright. I don't really have anything to say about that. It's pretty teen drama-ish, isn't it? Teen drama. I mean, the story is about Max growing up and dealing with difficult problems, right? Dealing with difficult choices, I guess. And she grows up really fast because of the game, and you only have a week. So in 1 week, she grows up really fast. And in that way, I think it's a really great game because it's all this stuff that, like, if you're like Max, if you're like a teenager who've never really had to make any difficult choices before, then this is good practice. And I think a story or a game should be practice for life. You know, the best stories are the ones that teach you how to be a better person, or they prepare you to be a better person. And so this is like good practice. I mean, some of it is a bit over the top, but a lot of it is in fact quite applicable. And hopefully you pick up some useful things for when you actually find yourself in difficult situations. You can kind of draw on some wisdom from this game, hopefully. So that wasn't fun along with my general social unease. I thought it would be easier being back. Call the WAMbulance. I don't want this day to end, all woe is Max. It was incredible to walk across the green campus in the morning mist. I love the stone steps and brick walls of Blackwell. Everything is a picture waiting to be taken. Speaking of, at least one great thing did happen today. Mr. Jefferson's photography class. Sigh. There's more to tell, but Journal, forgive me, I'm truly wiped out. So yeah, I mean, she's still a kid. September 4, I have an arseload of homework already, so much bullshit. At least give us noobs a day to acclimate. But to prove I'm not a total loser, I made a new friend in my science class. His name is Warren Graham, and he's a serious geek. Plus he's dark and witty. I don't... Have I told you I don't like Warren? I have, right? He comes across as kind of a know-it-all, but it turns out he does know a lot. He just reminds me too much of myself when I was younger, I'm afraid. And boy, did I do some stupid things when I was younger. We talked about photographers, and he actually named a few I'd never heard of. We traded numbers, and he'll be a good study partner or a good friend. I'll need at least one based on the clique action here. I thought being 18 meant I didn't have to deal with this teenage drama anymore. I thought. At least I get to research famous photographers for some of my homework. Mr. Jefferson assigned us a ton of reading. But this is exactly what I want to study. Jefferson is super cool and super chill. He doesn't try to be too hip, just says what he thinks and expects us to as well. I think he's a genius. Oh my god, I want to marry him. That's really awkward. Just joking. This one class is worth all the social dysfunction. Nothing serious there. I mean, it's just a girl going to class, I guess. September 15th, homework is kicking my ass. So this is all preliminary stuff still. Homework is kicking my ass. I bet the teachers grade harder just to stop you from feeling special, but Victoria Chase and her snob minions still front like they're honored guests of Blackwell. The bros here aren't that different. Nathan Prescott is Victoria's male clone, with way more money and attitude, if that's possible. His family is the oldest in Arcadia Bay, and I heard stories about them when I was a kid. The Prescotts give a shitload of bank to Blackwell, so Nathan acts like he literally owns the school. Yesterday during class, he put his feet on the desk, started texting, and the teacher didn't say jack. So before we go on, so this is the thing. If we were in the real world, who would be the biggest problem in Arcadia Bay? The biggest problem would be the Prescott family. Like they have money and they use it in a way that does not benefit the town. Like in the real world, those are the real villains. Like the rich people who are not only rich. I don't want to just target rich people, but the rich people who use their money in ways that hurt other people. That's the problem, really. And the Prescott family, and especially the way the dad both enables and exacerbates Nathan's problems. Like that, I mean, they're the real problem. I mean, the story ended up making Jefferson the villain, and sure, he is a villain. But there are other underlying problems. You know, he's the easy villain, in a way. Like, oh, he's a monster, he kidnaps little girls and takes pictures of them. But the real, like in the real world, sure, again, those people exist, and they need to be stopped in the real world. But the systemic problem, the underlying problem, is the economic inequality, and that's people like Prescott. We never get to meet the adult Prescott, nor do we really get to resolve Nathan Prescott's problems, right? So the people who actually are problems, like people who bring guns onto school campuses like Nathan, people who have money but then they don't use it in a way that helps people, like the Prescotts, they were never really part of the story. But for real people, it would have been more useful to talk about them more and to resolve Nathan's problem more. I mean, what happens to Nathan in the end? He gets he either gets killed by Jefferson, or he fires a gun at school and he gets hauled off to prison along with Jefferson. If you take the other ending, we might see the ending. I might show you the ending, the other ending later on when we're done talking. But again, I feel like it's a missed opportunity. The same way I feel like David Madsen is a missed opportunity that we never resolved his family issues, like his problems with Chloe, like the fact that we never managed to convince them to be a happy family, the the fact that we never convinced the Prescotts to be a better family is also a missed opportunity. Like for all the drugging and kidnapping and other shenanigans that you get to, I feel like there were other very important things that the game never got around to exploring. And I really think a lot of time was wasted in episode 5. I don't know. I guess they didn't know how to close the story. I wish it resolved in a different way. I wish it resolved in a less supernatural way. Right? With the massive storm. That, like, the in the end, it became... The problem, in the end, became... Do you use the power or do you not use the power? And that's not useful for real people, because nobody has superpowers in real life. Like, you making the decision whether you use the power or not use the power is not something that a real person ever faces. It's not a problem that a real person ever faces. So why tell that story? You know what I mean? It's like it's a story that doesn't matter to people. And even if you make it, like, do you sacrifice the life of your best friend in order to save the life of the whole town, or the lives of all the people in the town? Even that's not really a problem that real people face very often. Right? Not like that. Not that clearly. Whereas families, broken families, and people wasting their wealth and drugs and guns and things like that, those are things that people deal with much more often. So I feel like taking the story in that direction makes the whole story less relevant to people and less useful to people, and therefore a less worthwhile story to tell. Yeah, so I think I wish we spent more time on the Prescotts and more time on Chloe's family, and less time on the soap opera stuff. Alright, let's continue. I'd get suspended, but him and Victoria are part of this silly elite Vortex club that puts on popular parties, and so they get their way. It's good to be the king and queen. I don't want to slam everybody. I do like Kate Marsh. She's down the hall and in one of my classes. She's so pretty and sweet and friendly. It makes her more beautiful than the biatches here like Victoria, who think beauty is just in your face and outfit. See, I'm already playing the drama games, no more. Alright, so that's still preliminary stuff. September 23, finally had a chance to take some actual shots around campus today. A perfect blue sky day. I always forget how great I feel after I take pictures when I've been slacking off. Speaking of pictures, Mr. Jefferson told us about the National Everyday Heroes photo contest he wants us all to enter. The winner gets a trip to San Francisco and a lot of publicity. He wants just one photograph from each student. This is exactly why I wanted to come to Blackwell, and of course I'm scared shitless to enter. At least I have a couple weeks before the deadline in October, so I have plenty of time to stress and procrastinate. Sigh. I don't know whether I love it or hate it here. I'm trying to keep up with my science class of all things. Like I give a shit or even understand it. Good thing I know Warren. Too bad I can't clone him to take my place in class. Miss Grant is much cooler than the class. She explains particle physics even boneheads like me can kinda understand. I love how she relates society to science and vice versa. I can tell she's committed and passionate about life, unlike some of us in her class, but I'm trying to engage more, even if it means asking actual questions in class instead of hiding in the back. I'm just glad I'm not the only social misfit here. Now, how much homework are you avoiding? That's still preliminary stuff. Everyday Heroes. this story does talk about heroism and doing the right thing in difficult circumstances a lot. Doesn't really. I mean, it's all there in the background. I don't. It doesn't really focus on it. Again, I feel like a lot of the most important things that the game talks about are presented as side issues, and the main plot ends up dealing with soap opera stuff. I really feel that way, which I don't know. I don't know if that's just how it has to be. I don't think so. I don't think so. Okay, October the 1st, my favorite month, the best weather of the year. I love watching the leaves change color, turning into tiny flames. I think everybody likes that. But it's still too damn hot, thanks global warming. And I can't bust out the big coats and sweaters or scary movies yet. Soon. Kate let me borrow The October Country by Ray Bradbury. I haven't read much by him, which caused Warren to almost revoke my geek cred before I held up my copy of Battle Royale. But he nails the autumn atmosphere of small towns. The last time I wore a Halloween costume was with Chloe. I have pictures of one in my old albums. I should find a real Halloween party to crash so I can experience some social mingling. It's that or a Vortex Club Stroke Fest swimming party. Or is that Backstroke Fest? You so punny, Max. I don't get. At least I'm trying to climb out of my cocoon. I shouldn't expect my life to completely change after a few weeks of Blackwell Academy. As my parents love telling me on a loop, you have all the time in the world. Oh, all the time in the world. Double meanings. Again, doesn't say much. I mean, we're still in ordinary schoolgirl territory. Here we go. So this is where the game starts. October 7. This will be the weirdest journal entry I will ever make. So this does not exist. Oh, by the way, if you choose one of the endings, this literally does not exist because she goes back in time and makes sure that this doesn't happen. This will be the weirdest journal entry I will ever make. So weird I don't know how or where to start. But it started with the most vivid dream of my life. I was lost in a storm by the lighthouse until I came to the edge of the cliff. Then I saw a giant tornado headed for Arcadia Bay. It was so real that I could feel the rain stinging my face. And I was scared shitless. Then a boat hit the lighthouse and I swear I actually felt like I was going to die. Giant storm. So she has a vision of a giant storm. See, here's the thing. She has the vision of the giant storm before she uses her powers for the first time. I mean, I want to come back to this. I really disagree with the endings. And I think we'll look at both endings again, and I'll just point out all the things that I think are not right about them. Is that the game never really proves that using the powers causes the storm. I mean, there's a lot of coincidences, like the animals dying, and the eclipse, and the double moon, and the snow, and it is implied that using this power has weird side effects, I guess, but it's never really proven, nor is it really clear what the actual relationship is. Like you do weird things and other weird things happen, and it's like there's no causality. The game never proves causality, so you just have to believe it. And the weird thing is, by the end of the game, all the other characters believe it. Max believes it. Warren believes it, even though he doesn't know anything of what's going on. And everyone just tells you, hey, if you don't kill Chloe, then everyone else is gonna like he did. Why would that make sense? The game never proves to me, and I never believed it. Even though that's what the storyteller, that's the story that the storyteller is telling you, but it was never. I just didn't believe it because there was never any evidence of it throughout the entire game. Anyway, so she sees, like, she has the vision of the storm before she first starts using the time rewind powers, and so it's like, doesn't that mean the storm comes first? But then the time is not reliable anyway. Like, the way it's presented, it keeps feeling like the storm is inevitable. That's the thing. Like, there's always the vision of the storm, and I always feel like it's inevitable. I mean, imagine this. Imagine, like, after using your powers a lot, you get the vision and the storm is bigger. And then imagine if she spends a bit of time not using her powers, and then she has a vision and the storm is smaller. Like, if something like that happens, then you can say, oh, it's related. If I use more of my powers, the storm is bigger. If I use my powers less, the storm is smaller. Like, if the game ever presented that to me, then I would believe it. I was like, okay, I get it, they're related. But the game never presents something like that to you. It's always just stuff happening, and then the storm is always just the storm. And so in my mind, I always thought that the storm is just inevitable. And maybe you have the opportunity to warn people to get out of the way. At most, I thought you would have the opportunity to warn people to get out of the way. Until we got to the final ending, I never imagined that you could prevent the storm from happening completely. Like, it was never a thing that was presented to me as a possibility in the game. I think it's bad storytelling. I really do. Because, like, it's just one of these things that happen and I just never believed it. Like, I was never convinced of it. You know what I mean? And if they had some way of showing causality and a clear relationship between using the time powers and weird things happening, then but they only ever happened at the same time. They only ever happened. It was never, it was never proven that they were related directly. And in fact, it was only at the very end of the game that they tell you it's related directly. And so I don't think that was successful in terms of storytelling. Anyway, let's just keep reading. But I woke up in Mr. Jefferson's class and I wasn't even sleeping. I almost fell out of my chair. Jefferson called on me, but I totally blew the answer. Of course, Victoria pounced on me and she made me look like a bigger idiot. She's so awful. Then I didn't have the guts to turn in a photo for the Everyday Heroes contest, while Victoria did her usual suck-up to Jefferson. He is so cool and he clearly wants me to succeed. Yeah, look, she had the vision of the storm before she even first used her powers. So it's like, doesn't that mean the storm is inevitable? Doesn't that mean that the storm is predetermined and like if the storm comes before the powers? Why? If it's the other way around, if she uses her powers and then gets the vision, wouldn't that make more sense to then make that a cause and effect? It honestly it never occurred to me that is even a thing. I felt so shitty. I just wanted to get to the bathroom to be alone and wash my face after that nightmare or daymare. Once I got to the bathroom, I saw this odd, beautiful blue butterfly fluttering, and right when I took a photo of it in the corner, Nathan Prescott came in freaking out, talking to himself. I hid in the corner, and this punk girl came in, and they started arguing about drugs and money. Then Nathan actually whipped out a gun and shot the girl. This is where it gets strange. When Nathan fired the gun, I came around the corner and reached out for some dumb reason, as if I could stop the bullet. But suddenly I could feel the world twisting around me and this pressure in my head. Everything seemed to rewind, and I found myself right back in class at my desk. I literally thought I had been dosed with some drug until I calmed myself down. I saw everything happen in class the way it did before. Major Groundhog deja vu. Somehow I was able to actually rewind time. Right? The time rewind happens after the vision of the storm. I knew the only way to find out if I was having a breakdown was to go back to the bathroom and see if I could save that girl from Nathan this time. I had no idea how either. I just knew I couldn't live with myself if I let her die again. I escaped Jefferson this time by knowing exactly how to answer his questions and rushed to the bathroom. I hid in a corner again, and I couldn't believe it when Nathan showed up, freaking out all over again. See, the thing is, you didn't have to. Alright, let's just continue. Then the girl came into the bathroom, and before Nathan could shoot her, I smashed open the ancient fire alarm and scared both of them away. Victory. Until I got grilled by the security chief, David Madsen, who thinks he's Chuck Norris, Blackwell Ranger. Nathan Prescott almost kills a girl in the bathroom, but no, I'm the problem. I was so glad when Principal Wells stepped in to shoo David away. Right. Right. Then I made the possibly fatal decision to inform Principal Wells that I saw Nathan waving a gun in the bathroom. I didn't think I should mention the girl or my new rewind abilities for obvious reasons. You know, you could have said that you sounded the fire alarm because you saw the gun. That could work too. He didn't want to believe me and almost made me feel like shit for telling him that Blackwell's most big fucking deal student would carry a firearm to class. I couldn't tell him that he actually killed a girl in a previous timeline. So my school day started with an apocalyptic dream and then ended with saving a life and discovering I have some kind of power to rewind time. I don't know how to top that. Yeah, the storm came before the power. Even though I know that time is not reliable, given the story and the power to rewind time. I know that, but I can't. No, I don't. The storm. I mean, who would? If you look, I'm a scientist. I'm trained not to jump to conclusions. Just because two things happen at around the same time doesn't mean they're linked, right? Doesn't mean there's a cause and effect relationship. And to come to that conclusion is unscientific. But this game kind of expects that. Everything feels so surreal right now. I can't talk to anybody about this. Well, the only person I haven't seen in 5 years. I could confide in Warren, he's smart and knows science, so maybe he could even think of an explanation, though I have no idea what that could be. Until I can figure this out, I better stay on the down low with this stuff and focus on my classes. Warren sent me a text asking for his flash drive back, even though I haven't had chance to check out all the cool shows and films on there. I watched a few episodes of Doctor Who and X-Files, binged on Full Metal Alchemist, then Faster Pussycat Kill Kill. All kinds of Amazon Woman black and white badassery. Tetsuo, a total cyberpunk trip with amazing visuals, and Scott Pilgrim for about the millionth time. Tetsuo is pretty amazing. Tetsuo is really amazing. It's like this person who turns into a half-machine monster and just kind of goes on rampages. It's awesome. Alright. On a side note, I saw a missing person poster on campus for Rachel Amber, a pretty Blackwell student who vanished. It's so sad to see her smiling face and think about the awful things that could happen. If there was a way for me to rewind back 6 months, I totally would. I had to go back to the dorm to get Warren's flash drive, and yes, Victoria and her Vortex vixens blocked me from getting in, and even took my picture. It was so high school movie, I can't believe she did it. She actually told me to go fuck your selfie though, it was funny. I don't know why she has to act that way, she already has everything she wants, doesn't she? And she forced me to use my rewind until I finally came up with a way to get her out of my way. I don't want to use this power for trivial bullshit. Especially if I have been given an actual gift from the universe. But it did give me a chance to test it out. Yeah, so I mean... Look, here, even in her own diary, she says she doesn't want to put paint on Victoria. I don't... That dropping paint on Victoria thing, I wish that was skippable. Because it's so petty and mean. And especially after you drop paint on her. You pretend to be her friend. That is just the absolute worst. It's so dodgy. I mean, it's so ethically questionable. Like, and again, like the game has a lot of these things that they don't question. And look, they don't talk about Kate Marsh. Like at this point, the important things that I remember is we walked past the guy being bullied in the hallway and we didn't do anything. And we didn't talk to Kate Marsh carefully twice. We had the opportunity, presumably we should have had the opportunity to talk to Kate Marsh properly, but both times we never did. And those, I mean, those are more important. But you can see here, like the diary that we're reading is what the game designers and the storyteller thinks is important, which is not exactly the same things that I think should have been important. Oh well. But I felt like shit seeing Victoria sitting there by herself on the steps covered in paint. She didn't look like the Queen Biatch of Blackwell, just a lonely girl as confused as me. I knew I had to find out if she was okay. She was actually nice and apologized. She even deleted the picture she took of me off her phone, so maybe there's hope for the future. More high school drama. Juliet wouldn't let Dana out of her room because she thought Zachary was sexting Dana. So stupid. I was so tired from everything, and since Dana borrowed Warren's flash drive, I had to intervene. Juliet told me Victoria was the one who gave her the inside scoop on Zach and Dana, so I knew that Victoria was playing them all. I snuck into Victoria's room and onto her laptop and found out that she was indeed lying through her ass just to create drama. Of course I felt like a weasel going through Victoria's room and laptop. But why not? Is there a way to not... I wonder. I want to try and play the game again, and just use the power as little as possible. I doubt that it makes any difference. But what if you use the power as little as possible? I wonder what happens if you do that. Because there are a lot of things you can do, like you can choose to be mean to Victoria and mean to everyone. You can let Kate die, either accidentally or on purpose. And there's a lot of things you could do. I'm just thinking, what if I play through in the way that is most ethical as a normal person, as in like not ever looking through other people's stuff without permission, not lying to people, not rewinding time to get people to like me, and just play through it that way and just completely minimize the use of the power. I wonder what will happen if I do that. Anyway, that's just my own project. If you want to see what happens, you should buy the game and play it yourself. What the fluff? Once I gave Juliet the proof that Victoria was behind this, I went to get Warren's flash drive from Dana. So like this, look, you have to... She was in a weird mood, so I had a look around to see if I could find out why. I found a home pregnancy test along with a note from Logan and a doctor's appointment. Dana admitted she was pregnant, and I realized that all of my friends have troubles that are just as significant as mine. Sigh. No, they are more significant than yours. Oh, here we go. So now we're going to... So we've got the bullying nonsense. And high school drama, that's kind of important. It's not that important, but kind of important. I guess it's important to high school people. But now we look at the teen pregnancy thing, and Dana chose to get an abortion. So that's an important issue that wasn't really talked about in depth. Like you kind of had one conversation with Dana about it. And I guess, you know, in the back you have Kate and her abstinence things. And then her getting pregnant, and then kind of boys sneaking in the girls' dorm to kind of have sex with people. Like, it happens, but the game never really talks much about it. And, I mean, to the extent that it might initiate a conversation between people, that's good. But, I mean, again, it's this side issue that is actually important to people. But it's a side issue that's not made a serious part of the game. Well, I mean, it's serious, but it's not made a major part of the game. Which I don't know. I guess it's just too much stuff to talk about. But I would have liked for there to be more discussion about teen pregnancy and abortions and birth control and safe sex and stuff like that. I mean, the game kind of uses the topics a little bit, but never really discusses them in any detail, does it? Yeah, no. Um, yeah, it's a bit of a shame. I'm starting to get the hang of this whole rewind thing. I don't want to waste this power, but there has to be a reason it was given to me, so I better learn how to use it right. I started by saving Alyssa from getting a football field headshot. I admit it felt amazing just to help Alyssa with something as simple as that. Alright, so if I play through without using the powers, it means that Alyssa's gonna get hit by the balls every single time. Because there's no way you can be fast enough to stop that. Would that be a better way to play the game? Is that right or wrong? I don't know. It'd be interesting to try it. Oh, Alyssa. Alyssa's like the token fat girl. And the only role she plays in the game is getting hit by random things, and maybe you can help her. She doesn't really have any interactions with any of the other people. It's kind of lame, in fact. Because she really is the token fat girl, because she's not really a part of the story. Like, she's just a side thing that's been tacked on, it feels like. So she's not one of the major characters that has intricate interactions with the others, right? And the brown girl, what's her name? You know, like the white supermodels, Victoria and Juliet and Dana and Courtney and the other one. Who's the other one? Crap, I forgot the other one. Like all these, like they have complex interactions with each other. Like Victoria pranks Juliet, works with Zack to prank Juliet and Dana. You know what I mean? Like they have complex interactions with each other, whereas Alyssa is just this token fat girl tacked onto the side who doesn't have complex interactions with the others. She just gets hit by random things from time to time and you save her from them. Like, she's not a part of any of the other stuff. She doesn't have interactions with the others. And Daniel, the fat boy, like, he gets bullied by the jocks, and that's pretty much the only interaction he has with the other characters, right? Warren has interactions with you, but not the other ones. So it's like the jocks and the supermodels, I guess the cheerleaders, the jocks and the cheerleaders, they have complex interactions with each other, but the other characters feel more token in a lot of ways. Definitely not as complex as the others, which I don't know. I think it's a missed opportunity. You know, like Alyssa likes to read books. She's a nerd. She likes to read books, and like you never kind of get her to join a book club. Like you know, when you read the posters, there's like a book club and a chess club and all that kind of stuff. Like all these nerd things. But you never really see that in action. But you see the jocks and the others in their drama. I guess they talk about their big game, but you never actually see the big game either. But I feel like, I mean, I'm just trying to kind of measure the amount of depth in each of these characters, and I really do think the pretty ones and the white ones have deeper storylines than the other characters, the fat girl and the brown girl and the Asian girl. Like they just often you see them just standing at the side doing a thing, but their kind of actions are not woven into interaction with other of the other characters, right? Which kind of sucks. Which I don't agree with that. I don't know if it's accidental or if they kind of meant to do it. Like, what is Alyssa? Like they put Alyssa in, but she really is just this thing that sticks out to the side and she gets hit by things, and you get to feel good about yourself for helping her. But she doesn't really do anything on her own. Like, she doesn't have her own life. It feels like she stands there and gets hit by things. She's a punching bag. Oh my god, she's a punching bag. That's all she is. That is terrible, isn't it? Isn't that terrible when you say it like that? But she is. I also saw David Madsen hassling Kate Marsh. I couldn't hear everything, but he was accusing her of something. All that guy can do is point fingers. I got so pissed I went over to stop him from being such a bully. He's a security guard, not a stormtrooper. He was an asshole, as usual. But I felt good about what I did, and Kate seemed truly happy that somebody stood up for her. And I did that without using my rewind power. Did I use it or did I not use it? I did use it. I used it. I took the photo and then I rewound and then I stopped it. This diary is not quite accurate. Oh, this. So this is whether you took the photo of it or whether you stopped it. See, again, this is like the game forcing you into these false choices which don't really make sense. And why would you not take the photo and step in? You could do both. Like, taking the photo doesn't take very long, right? It's like you could either take a photo and then just hide and do nothing, or you can step in and not take a photo. Why would you not do both? You know what I mean? Like, it's a. I mean, I guess it happens in every game that gives you choices, is that the choices are never the full range of choices, because you can't have the full range of choices, because it's going to be too complex, right? So for the sake of actually making a game, they limit the number of choices you have. But this one was just really kind of noticeable and kind of like, it really kind of, it sticks out as something that is weird, because you could very easily take a photo and step in. And so the fact that you don't do it feels really odd. But, you know, we can say more about that, about the final ending, and how I don't think, you know, the final ending, you can choose either to sacrifice Chloe or sacrifice Arcadia Bay. That's also a false choice in my mind, because there are other possibilities that make more sense, but the game just doesn't give them to you. But we'll get to that when we get to that. This thing keeps getting stranger. I don't even believe what I'm writing, and I can't even do a simple task like giving Warren back his flash drive without getting into a situation. In this case, though, it turned out half bad and half good, which I guess is the yin and yang of life. When I met with Warren in the lot and checked out his new retro wheels, guess who showed up? Nathan Prescott, freaking out all over again. He got all up in my face to accuse me of bullshit. Even though I was scared because I know what he did to that girl in the bathroom, I was more furious. Then the girl in the bathroom pulled up in a truck, my former best friend, Chloe Price. We both looked at each other like, what the fuck? Next thing I knew, I was in her truck and Warren earned his man card. Don't say that. What is a man card? Earned his man card? Don't even use those words. Nobody has to earn a man card by punching someone else. That's not something you should do in your life. You don't earn a man card by punching someone else. That's not a thing. You're not more of a man for punching people, and you're not less of a man for not punching people. Look, imagine if you're not a man until you punch someone. What kind of world do we live in then? Everybody just punches everyone else. Is that the kind of world you want to live in? No, it's just punchy. Nobody wants to live in a punchy world. What's the point of that? How does that make you a man? That makes you an ape. Monkeys punch each other. Or do they? I guess chimps do. But you know what I mean? It's like, how does punching people make you a man? No, it makes you a beast. It makes you a troglodyte. You know, it makes you a caveman, maybe. Earn his man card? Please never, ever talk like that or think like that. Earn your man card by punching people. Just take that sentiment and just extend it to its logical conclusion. Then you live in a world where everybody tries to beat each other up, and whoever succeeds becomes man, and the ones who don't are not men. That is a terrible world to live in. There's just too much punching in that world, you know what I mean? too much unnecessary punching. It's not even like it's necessary punching. If somebody is actually threatening your life, and you have to defend yourself, and you punch them, okay, that is necessary punching back. But this is like, if you earn your man card by punching, then this is unnecessary punching. Now this is bad. That is just bad. Don't even believe that. I owe Warren big time. Again, no, you don't owe Warren anything. You don't owe people for doing the right thing. Right? If you borrow $10 from me, you owe me $10. But if you borrow $10 from me, you owe me $10. If I save your life, you don't owe me your life. I don't know if that makes sense to you. But, one is a transaction, and the other one is a matter of principle, right? If someone is being attacked and you save them, they don't owe you, because helping people in a difficult situation is on principle the right thing to do. Whereas if you borrow $10 from me to buy a coffee, you don't have to do that. There's no principle there, right? It's not like if you're starving, if you're literally starving to death, and I give you $10 to buy a sandwich, it's a pretty good sandwich for $10. If I give you $10 to buy a sandwich to save your life, you don't owe me that $10. I did that to save you from starving, and if you had $10 to give me back, then you wouldn't be starving in the first place. Like if you're in the desert and you're dying of thirst, and you find me and I give you water to save your life, you don't owe me that water, because saving people's life is a principle. Whereas if you borrow $10 from me to buy a soft drink when you don't need a soft drink, then you owe me, because that's not a principle. You just want a soft drink. A $10 soft drink is a really good soft drink, right? Like that's superfluous. It's not necessary, right? So I don't know if anyone else, like, is that evident to anyone else? To me, that just seems like fairly basic morality. Is that if you save someone's life, they don't owe you their life. They don't become your slave. You know what I mean? That's not the right thing. But if you lend them $10 and they say they're gonna pay you back, then they owe you $10, because that's a debt that they willingly incur from you. But like, if you see a drowning person in a pool and you kind of pull them out of the water, they don't owe you their life. They don't owe you anything. You did that because that's the right thing to do. Anyway, I seriously disagree. See, every time, it's only with Warren that I have this really, really strong negative reaction. Like all the other shenanigans, I might have slightly negative reactions, but for some reason, whenever Warren is involved, man card, owe you, I literally despise the interactions we have with Warren. And this not just the interaction, but the reasoning behind it. I despise this. Seeing Chloe for the first time in 5 years was such a shock. I was almost paralyzed, especially after realizing that Nathan had almost killed her right in front of me. Now Chloe shows up out of the blue to save me. That's kind of cool. So you save each other back and forth. That's really establishing the bond between the two characters, right? Of all the bizarro and unexplainable shit happening today, sitting in Chloe's battered truck listening to music and staring at her dashboard bobblehead might be at the top. So I tried to process the fact that Chloe and I were two best friends who didn't know each other anymore. She had blue hair, piercings, and cool boots, and I look like a dork. You do, Max. You do look like a dork. The biggest dork in the world. I didn't know where to start, and she wasn't exactly extending an olive branch. So we sat like strangers. At least I had time to catch my breath and realize that in the parking lot melee with Nathan and Warren, my camera got busted up. I didn't care considering everything else going on, but it sucked on top of everything else going on. Going back to Chloe's old house for the first time in 5 years was like the ultimate rewind. Some things were obviously different, but some things weren't. The house smelled exactly the same as it did when we were growing up. Chloe's room was like an exploded version of her adult self, of her new adult self, cool and chaotic. I could tell she was pissed. I wanted to blaze up and chill, so I explored her room to play catch up on what she was into these days. So that's kind of cool. Like, just Chloe, the relationship between Chloe and Max is it's just cool. You know, old friends who just kind of get back together, and it's just cool. It's just nice, isn't it? Isn't it just nice? I think it's just nice. I don't really have any explanation for it. It just feels nice. I don't often feel nice about anything, but if this feels nice, I think. I'm just thinking now. She wanted to blaze up and chill, so at this point you hide in the wardrobe. But I think you can only do that if you rewind time. I'm just thinking ahead for my minimum rewind run. What that means, like what the consequences of that. I think a lot of things it'll be interesting because doesn't that mean I can't actually hide in the wardrobe? Because I don't think you could interact with the lampshade until you have rewound the first time. It'll be interesting to play through that actually. Too bad you won't see it unless you buy the game yourself and play it yourself, am I right? You should do it anyway, it's a great game. Buy it, support good games. But then I found a photo of Chloe with Rachel Amber. Chloe freaked and laid into me for not calling her once. I deserved it. She had become best friends with Rachel and they were going to bail on Arcadia Bay and head out to Los Angeles for fame and fortune. I could tell how much Chloe cared about Rachel since she was the one putting up the posters. I even felt shittier about leaving Chloe alone all these years when she most needed me. You suck, Max. But Chloe is obsessed with Rachel, the missing girl. She says Rachel vanished after meeting some amazing dude, probably some psycho online. Chloe wanted to smoke out and be alone, so I went downstairs to find tools to fix my camera. Snooping deeper. Wait a minute. The other friend. I don't know if other people get feelings about this, like if your friend has made friends with someone else and they're really kind of good friends and then you're out of the loop. Does that make you feel jealous? Do people feel jealous here? So I don't. Well, first of all, I'm not Max. I don't feel jealous on her behalf. And I don't really get jealous very much anyway, so it's even more difficult to get jealous on someone else's behalf. It just seems kind of silly to me, right? So do most people feel jealous when they meet this sort of scenario? I guess they would, right? I don't. Well, I don't feel much. I guess people would feel jealous. But what? So what? What does that mean? What do you do about it? What are you gonna do about it? Nothing. I don't know. That's utterly dangerous. Folk off, really? Alright, next. Snooping deeper, I hit the paranoia jackpot and found a whole mini surveillance setup of Chloe's house, with cameras in the halls and some rooms. Truly creepy shit. What kind of uber paranoid puts cameras throughout his own home? Chloe's stepfather, I guess. I see why she's got serious attitude. When I got back upstairs, I couldn't fix the stupid camera, but Chloe saw the butterfly photo and knew I was in the bathroom and set off the alarm. Her attitude totally changed and she realized that I had saved her life. Even though it could have gone the other way, she was so happy like when we were kids, and it was great to see her face light up. Even though it could have gone the other way, she was so happy like when we were kids and it was great to see her face light up. Her attitude totally changed, and she realized that I had saved. So after she realized that we saved her life in the bathroom, her attitude totally changed. Why would that change? You realize someone, you get into a dangerous situation. You realize someone else. Okay, I get it. So it's the fact that for once somebody was looking out for her. I guess the idea is like she kind of blames William for dying on her. She blames her dad for dying on her, and then like throughout the 5 years, and she's angry that kind of Rachel left her. So she's just been disappointed over and over again, right, by people leaving her and letting her down. And so for once, it turned out somebody was, was looking out for her. Someone got her back, and so then she's happy. Okay, I get it. I get it. You see, like I have to rationalize this stuff. I don't just feel this stuff. Like, I have to kind of really think about why would she react like that. Okay, so I get it. All right, so this is where. Okay, so this whole time, like she's just been bummed out, and under siege, and then suddenly, hey, she does have a friend after all. All right, cool. I get all right, good. She even gave me her dad's awesome old Instamatic as a symbol of our reunion. She cranked up the tunes and started dancing on her bed like a maniac. She even got me to shake my booty just a little bit. That's when Chloe's stepfather showed up, and it was David Madsen. Interesting. Alright, so I mean this relationship between Chloe and Max is just cool. It's just good. So that is basically the. I mean, as you play through the game, you're not sure what the main point of it is, or maybe other people are. I wasn't sure what the main point of it was. To be perfectly honest, the thing that was driving me was fixing problems, and by fixing problems, I mean stopping Nathan and helping Kate. So it doesn't really occur to me that what is driving this game for other people and for the storyteller might be the relationship between Chloe and Max. I mean, to me, that's just a thing that happens along the side. Like, like the like stopping Nathan, stopping Frank, and the other stuff. Like that was my main motivation for doing anything in the game. And then I guess it took me quite a long time to get used to the idea that I need to look out for Chloe. But having said that, at the end, I chose to sacrifice the whole town to save Chloe. Although I didn't really believe that the town would be destroyed. Again, we'll get to that in detail later on. But yeah, but I did choose to sacrifice the town and not sacrifice Chloe. In the end. Interesting thought process. I don't know. I'm not sure I understand it myself. Okay. I had to hide in the closet, and when David came in angry about the music, he was even scarier off campus because he didn't have the school around him. He accused Chloe of taking one of his guns. Then shit got real. David found Chloe's joint and flipped out on her. I couldn't take it considering she almost died that morning, and I stepped out and said it was my weed. David tried to threaten me, but Chloe was awesome and threatened him. He backed out of there quick. Chloe was so touched I took the blame. Of course, she did steal one of David's guns and waved it around like an idiot. Guns! Yeah, too much firepower for this girl to encounter in one day, or one life. Fortunately, Chloe and I decided to get out of there and catch up on our exploring like best friends. So now we come back to drugs and guns. And I mean, curiously, the game does distinguish between hard drugs and drugs that aren't really that serious. Like, Chloe smokes weed a lot in the game, but nothing really happens because that's what weed is like. Nothing really happens when you smoke weed. I mean, at most you get hungry and maybe a little paranoid. But it's not quite like the other drugs. Like, you see Nathan on the other drugs, and he's just completely off the rails, right? So it's a fairly honest reflection of how drugs work in real life. Like a lot of people smoke weed and nothing really happens. Whereas even alcohol, you get drunk and you do stupid things. So I mean, in terms of just harmfulness or social harm, like weed is probably slightly less harmful than alcohol, to be honest. Because alcohol can make people violent, whereas weed just makes people hungry and chill. Um, so it does talk about drugs in a relatively uh, honest way, and there's the guns, of course. I mean, it's really relatively honest about guns too. Like whenever there's guns in the game, people get shot a lot, and usually not like never really intentionally. Like the only time somebody is intentionally shot is when Jefferson shoots Chloe in the head, right? Because Frank shoots Chloe in the toilet, and that was unintentional. Um, we pulled the trigger on Frank. It was intentional on my part, but Max didn't really mean it. So Max wouldn't have done it. I would have done it. Max wouldn't have. And then Chloe shoots Pompidou and Frank, and that was like self-defense, and she's kind of freaks out afterwards. And David Madsen shoots Jefferson in the bunker, and again, like he does it in rage. Like he gets angry and he shoots him, and then he kind of regrets it afterwards. So it's like it's a fairly honest representation of what guns do. Even when good guys shoot bad guys with guns, it's not really ideal. And that's kind of how it is. Like guns kill people, either accidentally or on purpose. And either way, like the problem with guns is that guns make it so easy to kill people that very often people are dead before people even realize what they're doing because it's just so fast. I mean, if you want to stab someone to death with a knife, it's not that easy. You know what I mean? First you have to get close to them, then you have to stab them, and even then, if you don't stab them in the right places, they don't die. So, whereas a gun, it's very easy to kill them. And so, when people aren't thinking things through and they have a gun, then people die when they don't really mean to. Whereas if you're not thinking things through, but you, I don't know, have a chopstick, then people might get hurt, might lose an eye at most, but they don't die over it, right? So it's just in the heat of the moment, the gun makes it very easy for you to do something you don't mean to, and that's the problem with guns. It's just too easy to kill people with it. And then the game does kind of show that and demonstrate that, which is good. Which is good. I am for gun control. I don't live in the United States. I don't want to live in a society where I'm surrounded by guns because, one, people are sometimes crazy, and they are sometimes irrational, and they're sometimes drunk, and I just don't trust people to be responsible with something that kills people so easily. You know what I mean? Like I barely trust people with a car. I don't trust myself with the car. Why should I trust people with guns? Like like people talk about gun rights as though I'm a responsible gun owner. I don't think it's good. But people aren't. People are just dumb and stupid and silly sometimes. People don't deserve guns. Like we're not good enough for guns. Is what I'm trying to say. People are too irrational and too impulsive to be trusted with guns. Of course, she did steal one of Too Much Fire. Oh, we've read that before. So Chloe and I ended up at the lighthouse watching the sunset. Chloe was mellow and told me more about David and his uber paranoia at school and home. All made sense. But I wanted to know why Chloe was in that bathroom with Nathan Prescott. She told me she deals drugs and she wanted to blackmail him to pay off some big loan. Okay, so she's actually dealing drugs. Oh, I see. I thought she was buying drugs off Nathan. So she deals drugs for Frank to pay him off. It's so strange where our lives have gone since the last time we hung out when we were 13. Then I had another nightmare, or duskmare. I was right back at the lighthouse in a storm, except this time I was following a ghostly deer. Until I got to the edge of the cliff, I could see the tornado destroying everything in its path. And again I could feel the cold sting of the rain. The lighthouse was crumbling and I felt so helpless watching the tornado move towards the town. See, again, there's no real correlation between using the power and the vision of the storm. For one, it's the same storm. Like, she's been using the power more and it's still exactly the same storm. It's not bigger, it's not smaller, it's just the same. And she didn't see it immediately after using the power or immediately before using the power or anything. Like, there's no correlation between the visions of the storm and her using the power. I honestly don't think the game really established the connection between the power and the storm. I don't buy it. Like, I don't buy the fact that one causes the other, and therefore the endings don't really make sense to me. Alright. Then Chloe snapped me out of the dream and I told her what I saw, and as if to make up for the day end on and as if to make the day end on another unusual note. Snow started falling from the sky in the warm sunset. It felt so weird, ominous, and beautiful all at once. Especially standing there with my best friend, and on that positive thought, I have officially earned a great night's sleep. So that's the first episode. Guns, drugs. Not much else. So the next one is bullying and Kate. Nope, wrong way. Alright, so episode 2. I woke up this morning a different person, even if nobody knows yet. After yesterday's intense revelations with my rewind power and saving Chloe's life among the other cray-cray, as Victoria might say, events at Blackwell, I have to assume everything is different now, and I thought exposing my photos to the world was going to be hard. After Chloe dropped me off back at my dorm yesterday, I tried to find out more about that freak snowfall that happened when we were at the lighthouse. But the local meteorologist was stumped so far. I felt so jacked up that I pulled an all-nighter on time and physics research. That's silly. She drew her own room from the corner. Except that... No, I guess that's right. Not being Warren, I ended up knowing less about my situation than when I started. I don't really think that my tornado vision and the snowfall are connected, but at this point I have no fucking clue what to believe. I'm just so glad Chloe and I are a team again. That has to be destiny. That's cool. The friendship is just cool, you know what I mean? Now I have to hit the showers and get ready to meet Chloe for breakfast. Lord knows I need it. I ran into Kate in the showers and she asked for the October Country back. I love that book and definitely need to get my own copy. Of course, when I was in the shower, Victoria and Taylor barged in and totally started ragging on poor Kate about the video. Just to be complete assholes, they wrote the link on the mirror. I truly don't understand how they get off on acting like that. Victoria has everything. What does she gain by being a bully to Kate Marsh? Self-esteem and validation? Or, some shadow of it. We're supposed to be adults here, but I swear it's like the Battle Royale, just without the dystopia and exploding heads. Only Victoria could make me feel dirty in a shower. Bullying. I've never been bullied in my life. I've never been successfully bullied in my life, which is kind of a weird thing to say. On 1 or 2 occasions, people have tried, and basically I didn't really feel anything. I didn't really respond. So, and then nothing happened afterwards because I didn't respond. It's like they'll say mean things to me, and I'm like, that's the most stupid thing I've ever heard. What did you say? And then that's it. Like, it doesn't go anywhere. Which it's probably not useful advice for anyone else, but if they try to hurt you and it doesn't hurt you, then they can't hurt you. Like it's not it's not really useful advice, because if you're not like me, then it would hurt you, and you can pretend it doesn't hurt you, but it still hurts you. So it only works for people who are actually like me. Like you say mean things to me, and I'm like, I don't. What do you say? What, I don't get it. What are you saying? What does it even mean? Anyway, bullying. Okay, so I can't. I don't get bullied, but other people in real life do get bullied, and it does hurt them, and that's important. So don't think that I'm representative of anything. I'm not. Um, and maybe the important point right here is that if you have any empathy at all, seeing someone else get bullied should make you feel horrible, because empathy. That's what empathy is. So seeing someone else get hurt should hurt you, and the only way that bullying can exist is if people ignore it, like pretend they don't see it. Like they kind of lie to themselves and pretend they don't see it. They pretend it's not as bad as it seems, and then it can exist. And I keep going back to this. At the start of the game, you walk down the hallway, and Daniel is being like pushed against the lockers by the two jocks, and you do nothing. And the game, I guess, just expects you to not see that. Like maybe I don't know how it is with you guys in other parts of the world, but I guess people just get used to seeing that and telling themselves, "Oh, that's nothing. That happens all the time. There's nothing's wrong. Nothing's going wrong." And you just keep walking. It's nothing. You just keep walking, and that's wrong, man. Because that's how bullying happens. That's how bullying is allowed to continue, is if people walk past and pretend nothing's happening while some guy is beating up in the hallway, like in the middle of the hallway, he's getting beaten up, and you just walk past and it's like, oh, nothing happened. So the only way bullying happens is if you pretend it's not bullying. Because the moment you acknowledge to yourself, hey, that guy is being harassed, then by necessity, by the fact that you have empathy, you start feeling something, and you start feeling bad for them, and you can't not help them. And so the only way to be monstrous is to pretend that it doesn't exist. And the wacky thing is that the game itself presents you in this situation where you do pretend it doesn't exist. You don't actually get the choice to intervene in that hallway scene, which is so weird to me. Like I walked past that, and I immediately thought someone should just step in. You know, someone should just kind of step into it and say, "Hey, Daniel, are you okay? I want to talk to you," and then just kind of push the bullies, like just kind of shove them aside, and just say hi to Daniel, because like you just want to stop it. You just want to stop it, but it's like the game expects you to have conditioned yourself to pretend it doesn't exist. Like it's as though it expects everyone who plays the game to not notice that, because they've been conditioned to not see it happening right in front of their eyes. You know what I mean? Is that weird to anyone else, or is it just me? The plot thickens and I can't get out. So after listening to Victoria and Taylor rag on Kate about the video, I came back to my room to find this creepy photo montage. Only Nathan would be this disturbed. The thought that Nathan was in here actually setting up this weird gallery is way fucked up. I better start being more careful around here. I almost want a surveillance system now. As if things weren't dramatic enough, I got a creepy text from a private number. Nathan, Victoria, no clue. I really have to start watching my back. So random threats of violence. See, that's not cool either. That's technically bullying. Oh, I didn't even notice. I just, wow. I only, I only noticed that it's bullying when I'm reading it in third person, like when I read someone else write about it. Oh wow! Remember when I was playing the game and I saw the message and I just kind of laughed, and I also laughed about the message and how I think the message was like, "Don't mess with me," and I was saying, "I don't even know who you are. Like, who left this message? Like, you didn't leave your name, so I don't know who to stop messing with. I mess with everybody." I said that. Like, I mess with a lot of people. I don't know who this person is. So, and at that point, as I tell you, I don't feel bullied because like you give me you threaten my safety, and I just shrug it off because I don't notice. So I notice other people being bullied. I don't notice myself being bullied, or I don't notice other people trying to bully me. It's kind of weird. It is weird. I don't expect anyone else really to be in my situation. But that I guess that kind of explains to you what kind of person I am. That's kind of funny though. Like I get the text in the game. I read the text and I still don't feel it. I don't feel threatened. That's amazing, right? Which is, I mean, that might be a good thing or a bad thing depending on your perspective. Like someone gives you a death threat and you don't feel anything. I mean, if they actually take action, then I guess I'll be in trouble. So yeah, so it's only now that I'm reading the diary that I even realize it was attempts to bully Max. Isn't that incredible? It is incredible. So I guess other people would have responded very differently to that. But I don't know how should I have responded. Like if I was susceptible to bullying, what would I have felt? Would I be afraid? Would I be angry? Would I be what does it feel like? Would it be intimidated? I don't know. It's weird, but the bullying doesn't work on me, and I don't get it neither. To be honest, I can only tell you what I think and what I feel. Isn't it weird? Anyway, that's kind of funny. All right, so they tried to bully Max. They tried to bully me as well. Days later, I realized, and it's only after somebody else kind of tells me the situation, then I realized, this is wacky. I still had to give Kate's book back, so I went to her room. I knew she wasn't doing good, but I didn't know how bad until I went in. See that again. You didn't know how bad until you got in. You should have known. I knew. Like from the first moment you see Kate, you could see how bad it was. Well, maybe I don't know. Maybe other people don't know. So if you didn't know, and you've played the game, or you watched me play the game, I hope you know now, like how to spot someone who is in trouble. Because like it's one of these things that you really need to be good at, because otherwise people get hurt and you could have helped them, but you didn't see it, so you don't help them, and that's really not good enough. You know what I mean? Like, what's the point of you being there if you're not going to make a difference? What is the point of you existing if you're not going to make a difference? And the only way you're going to make a difference is if you practice, right? You have to kind of practice recognizing when you need to make a difference and acting when it's your time to do so. And so the fact that, like, like Max goes in the Kate's room and then she realizes how bad it is, that's really too late. That really is too late. But I guess better late than never. All the lights were off, blinds closed like some emo goth den, and Kate is the opposite of emo or goth. She was just crying in the dark, and I was so sad to see her like this. More sad is that I wish I could take a picture of her framed in her expressionless misery. Max, are you serious? Oh, wow. You want to take a picture of this, Max? Kate admitted that she thinks something more happened to her than just the video. Plus, she told me that Nathan Prescott gave her a ride from the party to the ER, and she thinks he did something to her, but she doesn't remember what. It's terrible. It's terrible. It's hard not to believe Kate, considering what kind of person she is and what a kind of person Nathan is. I've seen for myself exactly what that fucker is capable of. I wonder about this. I guess the next time I play the game, I'll go back and see what happens if I tell her to go to the police. I'm not sure. Pretty sure the police will blow her off as well. Not sure. See, you don't know, you just don't know. Because you don't know the police. If you know the police in the town, maybe you have some idea whether or not she should go to the police. But you don't know. Of course, Kate asked if she should go to the police and the principal. I felt like absolute shit, but I told Kate she shouldn't go to anybody until she has more proof she was drugged. That video doesn't help her case at all, and this could all backfire big time. She's going up against the whole Prescott empire, not just one rich white boy on dope. She wasn't too thrilled by my answer. I don't think she trusts me to be the one investigating all this. How can I blame her? I sometimes wonder what I'm actually doing besides getting myself in more trouble. Kate even booted me out of her room. Hello, everyday hero. I don't know. I don't know. See, the game doesn't. See, this is one of these instances where I don't think the game helps real people. In reality, you should go to the police. And if you're in the United States and you go to the police and the police don't help you, then go to the FBI. Right? You should go to the authorities. And you should go to the FBI as in you think the police is corrupt, and then you need to report corruption in the police, right? So in real life, I would have told her to go to the police, but in this kind of fictional world, I don't know. I'll go back and play it and see what happens. I'll just say that if the game rewards you, or like, let's say if there is a good outcome from telling Kate to go to the police, then the game is doing it right, because it's the game is telling you that is the right thing to do. But if you choose to go to the police and the Prescotts manage to use it to hurt Kate even more, then the game is actually hurting real people, because the game is putting the doubt into people's heads that they maybe shouldn't go to the police when they're raped, and that's not true. You should always go to the authorities as soon as possible if you think you've been raped and drugged and raped, because they need evidence, and the way to get evidence is to examine you quickly, right? So there's that. So maybe I did that wrong. It's like I was thinking in terms of the game, not in terms of real life. And maybe that was wrong. Maybe it doesn't matter whether in game or real life. You just go to the police in these sorts of situations. So don't do what I did. Really, don't do what I did. The right thing is to go to the authorities. And if they don't help you, then figure out something else, right? You don't just kind of try to figure out something else on the expectation that the authorities won't help you. That's not really the right thing to do. So I did that wrong. Let me just point that out right now. I ran into Warren, or rather Warren was waiting to run into me. Naturally, he wanted to know what the hell happened in the parking lot with the Chloe and Nathan show. Once again, I felt like a dick because I should have gotten a hold of Warren to see if he was okay after we just left him in the lot. I do owe Warren. No, you don't! You don't owe him anything. You don't owe people for doing the right thing. That's crazy. You don't owe people for doing the right thing. It's like if there's a homeless guy on the streets and I give him $10, the homeless guy doesn't owe me $10. That's just the right thing to do. That's just being nice to him. You know what I mean? That's just being charitable and being a good person. You don't owe people for them being a good person. You owe them if there's some sort of business transaction and you haven't paid them for their services, then you owe them. It's a different, like, if it's a business transaction, then you owe them. right? If you're doing the right thing, you don't owe them. It's so important. It's so important because you should never tie a monetary reward to doing the right thing, because that completely corrupts the concept of doing the right thing. It completely corrupts the concept of morality. Because if like, I'm gonna help you now, but I expect you to pay me afterwards. That's a business transaction. That's not charity. That's not morality. That's not ethics. That's not him being a good person. That's him being a business person. So it's a completely different thing. You don't want to confuse those things, and you don't want to corrupt somebody's goodwill by paying them for it, because that's just not the right thing to do. Anyway, I told him a little about what's going on with Nathan. The less he knows, the better for him. I would love to at least tell him about my ability to fucking reverse time and space, but ironically, I don't think it's the right time or space. Besides, he would want to marry me immediately, just so he could have his own human time machine, or capture me for scientific experiments, or maybe go to the drive-in with him. Oh wait, he did try to get me to go to the drive-in with him, and I refused. I'm not really in the mood this week, and I also don't want to lead him on. Yeah, so I don't like Warren. But, Warren would be okay. I don't like Warren, and I also don't like the way Max relates to Warren. All this owing and man-carding. Like, what the hell is that about? Why would you even... why is that even a thing? You don't want to encourage that sort of thing. You don't want to encourage punching, right? Because it comes back to you. If you marry a man for his ability to punch, there's a very good chance that he ends up punching you when he has nothing else to punch. Like one day, he's at home and drunk and angry, and there's nothing else to punch except you. He'll punch you. Like a punchy guy is likely to commit domestic violence because he's naturally punchy. You don't want to encourage punchiness. It's just a risk that you don't want to take, really, is it? Before catching the bus out to meet Chloe, I saw Nathan talking to David, which makes me nervous. Otherwise, I had a nice soundtrack ride to the Two Whales Diner. Talk about going back in time. I haven't seen the diner in 5 years, but it looks exactly the same. Although now there are way less fishermen and way more dumped food carts than we were kids. Dumped food carts? Well, Chloe and I had the best backdrop to play pirate, old ships in the big ocean. Chloe was late, so I was happy to be distracted by seeing Joyce again. The diner is like a museum piece, except with customers. Better still, the food hasn't changed at all. Joyce seemed really glad to see me again, and she didn't give me a guilt trip for not staying in touch. After William died, she wanted to move forward with a new life and husband, and Chloe doesn't want to accept that. That was a really fast way to say really important things. The food hasn't changed. Joyce really glad to see me again. No guilt trip. After William died, she wanted to move forward with a new life and husband, and Chloe doesn't want to accept that. Joyce naturally gave me shit for corrupting Chloe with my devil weed, though I'm not sure she even believed it was mine. What could I say? I can see she actually loves David, even if I don't know how. The breakfast is so worth the grief, though. So this was pretty cool too. Like Joyce is just cool. Is a cool person, and like talking to Joyce at the diner was pretty good. Joyce is a good person, right? I wish there were more good people. There's a few monsters in this game. There's a few monstrous people in the game. I wish there were just more good people. Because with monstrous people, it's just easy to deal with them. Like they have a gun, you shoot them. It's not complicated. A lot of video games have you shooting people with guns, but it's how do you deal with good people? That's actually difficult, because if someone's a better person than you, genuinely a better person than you, what do? You kind of have to live up to that standard. Like you have to kind of, it's not easy. Like shooting a bad guy with the gun is so easy, just point and click, especially in the game. In real life, it's slightly more difficult, but in the game, just point and click. It's like, I mean, it's some kind of physical skill involved, but it's not conceptually complicated. Whereas if you talk to someone about morality and philosophy, then it's complicated, right? So I wish there's more like good people in video games and just less bad people. Because it's easy. I mean, it's kind of it's more rewarding, I think, to deal with good people. Don't you think so? I think so. I mean, talking to Joyce is interesting. Like talking to Nathan is just boring, right? He's just, I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna kill you, bitch. I'm gonna kill you. Yeah, whatever, bro. It's like, it's this again. I know. What else are you gonna say? So much drama, and I haven't even finished my breakfast. Finally, Chloe showed up, more bubbly than I would have thought after almost getting killed in a bathroom yesterday. It makes me happy to see her smile, but that smile meant trouble since all she really wanted was for me to show off my rewind power. So I did, and I have to admit I felt like a total boss, except I did started feeling weak and woozy the more I rewound and even got a nosebleed, which kind of freaked me out. Chloe always wants more, so she demanded we go to her top secret lair. She still had to get pissed off at me because I dared to answer Kate's call. I'm not a fan of Chloe's petulant side. She tried to make me feel like an ass, but screw that. Kate was so happy I answered, I actually felt worse for her. Chloe has to know I can have two friends at once. Is this jealousy? Is this jealousy? I guess this is what jealousy means? But why? Why would... It's like, why would somebody taking a phone call from someone else threaten your friendship? It's like... It's not... Like, the world's bigger than that, you know what I mean? I guess it's the same with the bullying. I don't feel bullying. And then I don't feel jealousy. So... At least not the small things. I guess if somebody is actually punching me in the face, I'd feel that. And I guess if it's a really big betrayal, I might feel that. But these small things, I don't really feel. And so like, really, a phone call makes you a phone call hurts you? I don't. It's just it boggles my mind. Like answering a call. Somehow that threatens the friendship. No, I can't believe that. I can't believe that. Does that really happen? Do people really feel this? That's insane. It's so small. It's such a small thing. Just when I thought shit couldn't get crazier, Chloe. Before we go on with this, like this testing of the power. In a way, I feel like it's the game kind of telling us more about the power. Because here, like, you use the power a lot, and then Max starts to get a nosebleed and starts to get weak. So this is something that's kind of important. The fact that using the power has a cost on Max herself. Like, it hurts her to use the power too much. So this is something that presumably is important. And later on, when we get to Kate on the roof, and she loses her power, like, because she's too weak to use it anymore. So that's kind of important, but I don't think this is too much. I don't think this is enough a part of the game, because like there's the constant nosebleeds, but we hardly ever find ourselves in situations where we need to use the power and we can't use it, or rather, there always seems to be a way out. And I don't think it's the case where you can like choose not to use it in optional situations and then be allowed to use it more in other situations. I don't think it works like that. And so it's like, yeah, okay, I mean, she gets weak when she uses power, whatever. But the game always lets you do it when they need you to do it anyway. So it's like, you feel like the game will do what the game wants you to do. You know what I mean? So it It never felt consequential, even though it feels like it should be consequential. Like it should, like it is a consequence. It is like you use the power, you hurt yourself. Like it feels like it is a consequence, but it never feels consequential because the way the story is written, if you need the power, it's there. Or rather, and then if the story doesn't want you to have a power, then you just lose it at that point in time because the story is that they don't want to use it there. So the power is basically the storyteller decides when you have the power and when you don't have the power. And so it never feels like it's something that you need to think about or manage. It's just the story, it's not really your decision making. Anyway, just when I thought shit couldn't get crazier, Chloe took me to her secret lair, the city dump. Perfect for Halloween, like where the vehicle and appliance ghosts of Arcadia Bay have come to rot and rust. Urban dystopia porn. But instead of taking cool photos, Chloe had me do some silly, kinda fun gun tricks. So the gun tricks, using the guns. That's so stupid. Gun tricks? Like we were bouncing bullets around? That could so easily have killed someone. Don't do that. A ricocheting bullet. In the game, nothing happens, but it could very easily have just kind of bounced off something, hit Max in the head, and Max died, and then no one's there to rewind the time. Like, that's just the most irresponsible way to use a gun. I'm not sure the game spent enough time highlighting how irresponsible that is. Right? Chloe is kind of irresponsible with the way she uses that gun. But I don't think the game really gives you enough of a consequence, because gun control is a big issue, and guns are dangerous. Right? There's a mass shooting every day in the US, on average. And it's serious business. People die. People get killed by guns. And I feel like the game, at this point, like with the gun tricks, the game shows off the rewind powers a little bit. I don't think the game spent enough time pointing out how dangerous the gun is. If the bullet ricocheted off something and actually just hit Chloe in the head and kills her, and then you rewind time, and then you tell her, hey, I just rewound time, but you shot yourself in the head. Like if that happened, then it's like, okay, guns are serious, let's stop playing with it. But the game never did that, and you just kind of you do these irresponsible things with guns, and there's never really bad consequences. And I don't think that's a good story to tell. I think it's a dangerous story to tell. So that's something. Until the guy Chloe owes money to showed up, some skeevy guy called Frank. He demanded Chloe pay him back or else. I was shocked that he wasn't the loan shark I had expected, but I could literally feel his bad vibe. I still can't see how my best friend ended up involved with a loser like Frank. Because drugs! And I almost shot him. So I guess the problem with marijuana being illegal is that it becomes mixed with the hard drugs, and so for people to get marijuana, they have to deal with people like Frank. Whereas where marijuana is legal, there are legal dispensaries that are safe and not filled with criminals, and therefore it becomes much safer for people to smoke weed. I personally agree with the decriminalization of marijuana, just because it's actually not that dangerous. It's not good for you. There are some medical uses for it. Like, on the whole, it's not that great for you. But it's not that dangerous neither, I seriously think it's less dangerous than alcohol. So, and there's no point lumping that in with stuff like cocaine and heroin and meth and pee and other stuff like that. He pulled a knife on us, and it felt like another one of my dreams. I don't even remember aiming the gun at him, but my finger just tapped against the trigger. Thank God there were no bullets left. I could have used my rewind, but the way my head was throbbing, who knows. I can't assume my power will always be available. I don't know anything about how this works or how long, so I can't take anything for granted. I just know I'm never holding another gun. I would have. I mean, that's Max talking. I would have shot him. I mean, if we shoot him, we stop the drugs from flowing, and we resolve Chloe's loan. So we no longer have to pay him, and we stop the drugs. I feel like that's a win. Sure, he dies, but he chose that life. You know what I mean? And he pulled a gun on. I mean, he pulled a knife on us. You know what I mean? I'm just saying. After all that drama, volume 33, Chloe and I ended up taking a walk along the tracks deep in the woods. We both needed to hear nothing but the sounds of nature and wildlife. I was shaking inside from our encounter with Frank, and though Chloe fronts tough, I could tell she was shaken too. Why would you walk? I mean, walking along the tracks. Walking beside the tracks is probably okay. Walking on the tracks, I would not recommend it. You just never know. Am I being too safe? Why would you walk on train tracks? That's like there's trains there all the time. Like, why would you do that? When we were in the junkyard playing with the bottles and the gun, like the train literally went past every 5 minutes. Why would you walk on train tracks that are that busy? That seems crazy to me. And then you lie down on it? She told me everything about Frank, which explains why she was trying to blackmail Nathan. It shocks me that the girl I grew up with watching SpongeBob ended up in such a scary orbit. Still, I felt safer with her at my side, and I was glad we had a moment of peace. So it probably wasn't the best idea to lay down on the tracks and wax about life, etc. As Chloe's leg got caught in the rail just as the goddamn train showed up. Of course, I was off trying to take a photo for my portfolio, and then I had another quick flash of my tornado vision. I could see it, almost feel it, tearing up the sky apart. My head felt like it was exploding, like in that 80s film Scanners. Just as fast as the vision came in and disappeared, I may be in denial about what this apocalyptic means or doesn't. I may be in denial about what this apocalyptic image means or doesn't. See, it's not clear. It's still not clear what the storm means. I mean, I get it that they're trying to make this like a mystery. Like, what does it mean? It's a mystery. It's too much of a mystery. I mean, I know other people say that other plot twists might be obvious, like that Diablo 3 plot twist people say is kind of obvious. But at least you get it, right? At least most people get it. I don't get the storm. I mean, after I finished the game and after thinking about it for a few hours, I finally kind of realized that the storm is Chloe's death, right? The storm is the balance for Chloe's life. And like the price for saving Chloe's life is the storm. And every time you save Chloe's life, you get a vision of the storm. I think that's what it is. Except it's not that consistent neither. So it's just, I don't know, it's just not clear to me. And lying down on the train tracks, seriously. Then I heard Chloe screaming for help and I was shooting kittens. Her foot was stuck in the damn rail and naturally the train was coming around the mountain. I was pretty proud of myself for coming up with a drastic, if not destructive solution to saving Chloe once again. But just in case this journal ever falls into the wrong hands, it's going to remain our BFF secret, so there. A drastic, if not destructive solution to saving... I think there are other ways to save Chloe, I'm not sure. I think there are actually other ways to save Chloe. Or maybe you save her and then rewind time so that... Actually, it doesn't work because you rewind time and Chloe's back on the tracks. I think there's supposed to be other ways to save her without destroying the train tracks. Because it's one of the options. Our morning adventure over, Chloe dropped me off back at my campus. She was so sweet and said that this has been the best week of her life despite everything. That's so cool. Their friendship is just so cool. That made me feel so awesome. Chloe really sees us like we're taking over the world. But what if I hadn't been able to use my rewind power to get her off the tracks? Chloe might have to lower her expectations, and so will I. Lying on the train tracks, that's so stupid. It's so stupid. Why would you do that? Alright, next. Speaking of expectations, David Madsen stopped to talk to me without being a total prick. I thought he was going to bust me for taking the heat for Chloe's weed, but we just talked a little, and for the first time I've felt kind of sorry for David. He's a veteran. I know he probably saw awful things in combat. He said he doesn't want to fight with Chloe or me, but all the shit he's pulled and treating Kate like she's a suspect just makes it hard to get along. But I promise to try for world peace. Okay. Alright. David Madsen. Again, I've said this before, I wish we had the chance to resolve Chloe's family, like Chloe and David and Joyce. It seems more important to me than Jefferson. I know like Jefferson being this crazy photographer is more dramatic and the story is more interesting that way. But I feel like David and Chloe and Joyce, like their story is more worthwhile, it's more worth telling because it helps more people, I feel like. Something odd happened, as if everything happening isn't bizarro. But I saw Kate having an intense conversation with Mr. Jefferson, and she ended up practically running away from him in tears. I wish I could have casually asked, "Oh, by the way, what's up with Kate?" Like he would tell me anyway. I know Kate treats Jefferson like he's an apostle or something, so what did he say to make her so upset? Just when I was feeling good about Chloe and me, I walk into Jefferson's class and see Nathan and Victoria actually sitting on my desk. Unreal. Asshole bookends. Asshole bookends. So that is basically the first clue that there's something wrong with Jefferson, but that's not even conclusive because like Jefferson says to Kate that, well, maybe it's your fault, which is douchebaggy, but it happens so often. Like people will like blame the victim sometimes. Well, quite very often people will blame the victim. Like it's douchebaggy, but it doesn't actually prove that it's his fault. Or like it doesn't actually prove that Jefferson is the bad guy. So that's the first clue. So we're going back like from the plot twist and we're kind of identifying the clues. I still think the clues are too weak, but we'll see. So this is one. So count this as one. Kate Marsh almost killed herself. My hands are still shaking, but I have to write this down while I can. Right at the start of Jefferson's class, Kate went to the roof of the girls' dorm to jump. Every student and teacher was watching her like it was a Blackwell rooftop concert. I saw her actually jump, but I was just about able to use my rewind to get her back on the roof. I tried harder than I ever did and somehow I stopped time completely. I made it to the roof, but again my head felt like it was going to blow up. I knew that I couldn't just keep rewinding to save Kate. I had to try to talk her down on my own. She was already in so much pain over the video and all the bullying, so she wasn't going to buy everything I tried to tell her. You see movies with people trying to talk somebody out of suicide, but it's very different when I'm the one doing the talking. I covered everything I could and Kate almost jumped anyway. Cliche or not, I told her how much her friends and family love her, even if they don't all show it now. Lo and behold, Kate stepped back from the ledge alive. I almost cried in her arms. Again, it's very dramatic, sure. I guess it makes for a good video game. You really should talk to people before they get to that stage. Alright? You know, when they're actually about to kill themselves, the chances of you successfully talking them down is much lower than if you talk to them before they're at that stage. So the game really just doesn't give you the opportunity to talk to Kate until really it's too late. Until it's almost too late. For the sake of drama. And in real life, you shouldn't do this. In real life, you should not look for this. in real life, you should look for the situation where nobody even knows anything happened, because you talk to the person days or weeks before they do anything, and you resolve the problem before anything even happens. That's the ideal situation. And in that situation, nobody knows you're the hero, because nobody even knows anything happened. And that's the best thing that you could do for everyone. So in the game, like, you talk Kate down, and then you become the hero of the school, and everything feels good, right? You're the hero of the school. That's not how you should do things. If you do everything right, no one should ever know you even did anything, because you fixed the problem before anyone even realized there is a problem. That is the ideal outcome. And it does mean that nobody knows you're a hero, but you have to think about whether that matters to you. Does it matter to you that people call you a hero, or does it matter to you that you help someone? Right? What's more important to you? So this, like, again, this is like, I think the game is telling an important story here. It's talking about suicide and bullying, but it's not the best, it's not the most useful story to tell. Not by a long shot. Right? And I need to say this to you in case you don't understand it. Most suicides nobody know about. Very few people know about. And very seldom does it happen like this. I know this isn't about me, though I have to admit it was an amazing feeling to walk arm in arm with Kate from the roof to outside the dorm. Like I said, the whole school and police were watching us and almost completely silent. Then I heard what sounded like Logan yelling out, "Give it up for Max," and everybody started to clap and cheer. Talk about surreal. The people who ignored me or treated me like crap suddenly crushing on me. That might be the strangest thing that's happened to me this insane week. That you don't I know people would want to be famous. I know people want to be praised. But that's the wrong thing to do, you know? I mean, I know that if you imagine yourself in that situation, you save someone's life in front of everybody else and everybody calls you a hero. I know that would make you feel good about yourself. But that is the wrong thing to do. The right thing to do is to save them before anyone even realizes. The right thing to do is to save them when nobody's looking, and only you are looking, and only you notice. That is much more valuable. That is much more worthwhile, and nobody will know about it. Nobody would know you did anything, but you would know, and the person would know. And that is in fact the right thing to do. To not be a hero. To not even be known. So just think about that, man. Just keep that in mind. People only notice when terrible things happen. So if people notice you, something terrible has happened. And that made me wonder if Victoria was watching and how she felt about all this. I almost wanted to find her just to get in her smug face for enabling Kate's suicide attempt. Such cruel bullshit. Though to be fair, Victoria wasn't the only one that was responsible. Nathan Prescott seemed to have disappeared, which was probably a good thing. And after all that, I still had to talk to the police and give a statement. Felt so weird to do since I've seen it in pretty much every police procedural show. I had to lie my ass off when he questioned me about the other students because I just don't think the police are ever going to find out what happened. Yes, this looks like a job for Super Max, right? Though of course I do love it when Chloe calls me that, even if I don't feel that every day heroic for helping Kate down. Maybe it's wrong for me to think I have to feel anything, but grateful that Kate didn't jump. Maybe it's wrong for me to think I have to feel anything but grateful that Kate didn't jump. No, that's right. The only thing is that Kate didn't jump. What was really odd was when all the students and faculty staff surrounded me and Kate, then started patting our backs and shoulders like we were heroes. I wasn't sure how to respond, considering Kate almost threw. This is not even in the game, this is just additional stuff. Amazing. I wasn't sure how to respond, considering Kate almost threw herself off the roof because of everybody at school. But like I said, I can't blame everybody, and I still don't really know where to point all my fingers. The very best thing was that even though Kate was still in tears and confused, I definitely saw her smile once she realized how happy everybody was that she was alive. I smiled too. The police and paramedics swooped in, and then Kate was covered in a blanket and gently escorted to the ambulance. They didn't thank me or look at me like I was a hero. I guess they're used to saving people without applause. Sure. But if I'm super honest, it felt pretty cool, like I got a hug from the whole school, so maybe Blackwell Academy isn't totally bad. If it wasn't totally bad, you wouldn't be in this situation in the first place. You know what I mean? If the school wasn't totally bad, there wouldn't be a student jumping off the roof in the first place. They didn't thank me or look at me like I was a hero. I guess they're used to saving people without applause. Yeah, they know what the priority is. The priority is the person who is in trouble. Right? It's not about heroics, it's about helping people. It's not enough that Kate is alive, and though I'm not enough of an egomaniac to take the credit, I still had to get the Blackwell's third degree from Principal Wells. It was bizarre to be in his tacky office with Nathan Prescott, David Madsen, and Mr. Jefferson calmly talking about why Kate would attempt suicide. I was quiet but giddy inside, just replaying in my head the moment when Kate stepped towards me with a glimmer of hope in her eyes. Part of me wanted to smash Nathan's smug face against the desk, knowing he had a lot to do with Kate's suicide attempt. I thought about doing it, but then flipping a quick rewind, but I knew that would be in the start of a bad, dangerous habit. Fortunately, Principal Wells amazingly did the right thing and booted Nathan for a few days after I told him what happened in the bathroom. He must have more shit on Nathan because otherwise I doubt this would happen to a Prescott. That's some small justice for Kate. There'll be more if it's the last thing I do, which it could be if I'm not careful. Right. And like there, it's... Kate only remembers Nathan being there drugging her, right? So there's seriously no evidence of Jefferson's involvement ever. Like the plot twist just comes out of the blue. Which is not cool because, as I said, when you look back on a plot twist, everything should make sense. But when you look back at this, there's never any evidence of Jefferson's involvement. It's only ever Nathan's involvement. After being grilled in the principal's den, I hung out with Warren on the lawn so I could feel grass under my feet and watch the fluffy clouds. He's such a sweetheart. He kept telling me how proud he was that I stopped Kate from jumping. I don't believe that I did, but I have to say it's better to be treated like a hero at school than a twee loser. He's a sweetheart? Ew. I'm not really a romantic person, let me just say that. And I hate Warren. Apparently Max doesn't hate Warren, but I hate Warren. I guess undeservedly I hate Warren. Still, I told Warren that something ominous is happening at Blackwell Academy. Rachel, Amber, Chloe, and now Kate have all been victims. Not to mention me if I keep playing amateur detective. Wish I could have let Warren know about my power, but it's not the right time, as if anything is the right time anymore. And to make the day end on the most surreal note possible, the sky went dark as we watched a solar eclipse that was not announced on the news or any astronomy site. What is happening to Arcadia Bay? See, if you don't save Kate... Actually, no, you can't, because you used the power, never mind. Even if you fail to save Kate, you still use the power to get to the roof. Okay, so it doesn't matter. So I'm just trying to correlate the use of the power with the weird things happening. There's this loose correlation, but again, it's not really established very well. Alright, so this is episode 3. Dear Diary, I have the power to rewind time, and I ended up on a rooftop trying to stop my friend from jumping off while trying to prevent the possible destruction of my hometown. I fell asleep at my desk and woke up reaching out to rewind or grab Kate. I remember when my journal entries were about which anime character I wanted to be, or my dreams of being a respected globe-hopping photographer, or what me and Chloe would be, Chloe and I, or what Chloe and I would be doing when we were finally adults. At least we know how that turned out so far. Chloe is determined to get to the bottom of what's going on, so I've been playing What Would Chloe Do, which means blowing off my Blackwell homework to research everything I can to find on Kate Marsh, Rachel Amber, and the esteemed Prescott. It would be too easy peasy if they were all connected, but at this point, I think the whole town of Arcadia Bay is connected to this crazy shit. I can already see the story on the National Geographic Channel, Mystic, Scientific, or Apocalyptic, the Arcadia Bay tornado. What is this thing at the bottom left of the page? I think it is implied that there is a cat here, but the lines are incomplete, so it's an implied cat. Down at the bottom left. Is it a cat? A beaver? Might be a beaver. An otter? Might be an otter. It might be an implied otter. Oh, shudder. Speaking of fear, I still think about Kate and the sadness in her eyes on that roof. I'm so glad she's alive. I'm so grateful she's alive. I love seeing the students at Blackwell show their support for her with gifts and flowers, finally. Hypocrites. All of them hypocrites. At least I feel better now that Nathan is suspended. It's good he's off campus for a few days, I hope. And like I give a shit if the Prescott family sends a team of lawyers after me, please. I doubt they would like all the publicity. I doubt their tentacles reach into the rest of Oregon, not yet anyway. Leave it to Chloe to make me sneak out past curfew and demand I meet her in front of the main building in the dead of night. I knew Chloe would be all over investigating the campus after what happened to Kate here. This just makes Chloe more desperate to find out what happened to Rachel, if anything. It's funny that even though I think I can just rewind myself out of trouble, I'm in more trouble now than ever before in my life. If this was a Twilight Zone story, I'd be getting set up for some serious irony. Like I'm going to rewind myself out of existence or something. Can I honestly say I'll have this ability for the rest of my life? Are the tornado, the snow, and the eclipse just hallucinations, or are they genuine prophecy? See, Max doesn't know. Max doesn't know there's a connection. More importantly, is this a curse or a blessing? Chloe is alive and by my side, and that has to be a miracle. Which means there must be a way to stop my vision from coming true, right? So yes, I broke curfew to hook up with Chloe. She said she had something to show me. Looks like it's time for some serious detective work. Enter the Blackwell Ninjas. Has to be a way to stop my vision from coming true. Alright, we'll get to it when we get to it. As I stealthily made my way out of the hall, I passed by Kate's door and saw all the nice messages from other students. Too bad most of Blackwell didn't care when they passed around the video and bullied her to that roof. Everybody always cares when it's too late. At least Kate will see that people are on her side finally. I hope I can visit her when all this blows over. Maybe that's not a good choice of words. Huh. Damn, that was too close. I was doing so well until I got outside, and of course it was Principal Wells of all people blocking the way. The one person I least wanted to see. I wasn't ninja enough for him, so yeah, he busted me. But I finally got to see that the gossip was true for a change. Principal Wells was shit-faced. He didn't even try to hide it. In fact, he was a lot cooler drunk than sober. I can see why he's so confused, dealing with Kate's family and the Prescotts and David Madsen. He still acts suspicious and gives me way too much tood, as he would say. Nobody says that seriously. But I can see that he's under a lot of pressure. So much that he is so wasted he can't even use his keys at midnight. Sure, he was in my way, but he was no match for my rewind power. After all, I had to go meet Chloe, Bad Max. Even though I thought I was in full ninja mode, Chloe still scared the shit out of me, which pissed me off, considering what I've been going through. Sometimes she's so damn insensitive to other people's feelings. She wants all my attention for her and finding Rachel, and she gets all butthurt if I don't have time for her. Obviously, I have time in hand, but I can't stay mad at her for long, and she was so damn excited about having the keys to the main building. And honestly, I was pretty amped up too. It's kinda awkward. Like the relationship between Chloe and Max. I never really got this impression in the game much. But apparently it's a bit awkward. Even more so when we went to the front of the building and spied on Victoria talking smack about me, shocked and worse, actually trying to blackmail Mr. Jefferson to pick her photo for the Everyday Heroes contest. She is freaking unreal. I give Mr. Jefferson major respect for telling her to get lost even though she deserved to be expelled for pulling that crap. See, again, look, Jefferson is doing the proper thing. Like the evidence is against Jefferson being the creep. This is her priority after what happened with Kate. I just don't understand Victoria no matter how I try. She's already rich, pretty, and a good photographer, so why try so hard and hurt so many to manipulate everything already in your favor? I just hope that's not what I'm doing with my rewind power. Yes, there's something incredibly awesome about breaking into your own school at the witching hour, though Chloe was technically right. How can we break in with the key? Never mind, that was a stolen key from the school's head of security. Anyway, the Blackwell ninjas strike again. So cool to stalk the halls when it's dark and quiet, even with so many terrible things happening all around us. It felt like Chloe and I were walking towards the center of a great cosmic mystery, something bigger than any of us. Okay, so here, let me just take a break here. So at this point, we're not talking about any important issues. Right? There's no bullying, there's no suicide, there's no drugs, there's no guns, there's no broken families. They're breaking into a school to get evidence. Isn't this like the first time when there's no, again, like we get back to, okay, there's the story, there's two ways to tell the story, right? Do you tell the story that is fun and exciting, or do you tell the story that might help real people? So this is not something that helps real people, it's just fun and exciting. You're breaking into the school in the middle of the night, breaking into the principal's office to steal some files. I guess from a storytelling point of view, you kind of have to do that because you're trying to find Rachel Amber, trying to find the connections between Nathan and everyone else. So okay, the story requires it, but there's no other stuff. Unlike all the other parts of the game so far, there's no bigger issue. There's no bigger real-world issue being discussed here. And I guess this is where it starts to... I mean, in my mind, that makes it less interesting. Right? Or it makes it less relevant. Anyway. But we kinda suck as Master Spy since we didn't have a key for the principal's office. No worries with my rewind power at hand. And of course Dr. Warren Graham. He came through with the bitchin' mini-bomb made of sodium motherfucker. I probably learned more putting those good ingredients together than the entire semester so far. Sorry, Miss Grant. Warren is the star student here. He tries so hard to help, maybe too much. But what's wrong with that these days? I'm so grateful he's on my team. He tries so hard to help, maybe too much. Yeah. I'm so grateful he's on my team. I wonder if you can actually play this without using your power. Wouldn't it be interesting if you can actually play through the game without using your power ever? I don't think you can. I think some of it is forced. But like, just what is the minimum? Like, could we find the key? Is it possible to find the key and get into the principal's office without bombing it? Or if we bomb it, can we do it without using the rewind afterwards? I don't know. Wouldn't it be interesting if you actually could do that? Anyway. Talk about being in the Sancto Sanctorum, thanks Latin class I barely passed, of Blackwell. I did feel freaking weird about being in the principal's office after midnight, going through his files and laptop with Chloe. She was way too into it. Technically, we could be arrested and thrown in jail. Yikes. I just pretended that we were on a very special episode of The Wizards of Waverly Place. You know, just a couple of wacky Sherlocks investigating the school for a good cause. Yeah, that helped. Yeah, no, there's no issues. There's no real world issues here. It's just breaking in. And then the pool. There's no real world issues in the pool neither. It was just kind of two girls in their underwear in the water, which I mean, I don't mind, but it feels like a bit gratuitous to me. You know what I mean? While we didn't find the proof, we found Nathan's file had a weird drawing in it that just said Rachel in the darkroom over and over. So that's a major clue that Nathan is involved in this somehow, or he's just insane. Again, evidence that Nathan's involved, but no evidence that Jefferson's involved. But his note also referenced David M, which means that we absolutely have to find a way into David's secret bunker files for a good cause. But Chloe just can't help herself, and she actually wanted to take $5,000 in cash marked handicapped fund. Cause that's gotta be legit, am I right? I can't think of a faster route to calm her hell, but it would have paid off Chloe's debt to Frank. I stopped her, but it kind of bothers me that Chloe can be so selfish like that. I'm not gonna let anything happen to her, but I can't just let her do anything she wants. Mad Max, more like Mommy Max. Okay, well there's that. Okay, I forgot about that. There is one little morality thing. But is stealing money from a handicap fund or not? I guess it does. I guess real people sometimes do have that choice. Don't steal? Okay, there's that. Don't steal things from other people. That's something that real people deal with. It seems kind of basic though. Like you don't need this game to tell you that, do you? I mean, if you need this game to tell you not to steal stuff, I don't know. You've been missing a lot of human life and learning how to be a good person. Like, do you have parents? Like, do you go to school? How do you not know not to steal things? um, um, okay, so I guess there's that. There's a little bit of that. Okay, well. Despite all the usual breaking in and blowing up office hijinks, Chloe decided what we needed more than anything was to take a night swim in the otter's lair. I was so giddy and rebellious that I was like, oh yes, we shall swim. We didn't completely skinny dip, but close enough to get in big trouble no matter what. I don't know why we were so careless after being so careful. Why were you so? I mean, again, there's just... Why'd you do that? Like, no sensible person would do that. It really does feel like gratuitous naked girls, just for the sake of doing it, right? Why put that in the game? How does that fit in the story? It doesn't really fit. It just feels like fan service. I love that Chloe brings out the just don't give a fuck side of me, even if that hasn't always served her well. She deserved a moment of not giving a shit. Me too. Just two friends goofing around in the pool. I fear those youthful shenanigans might soon be a thing of our past. God, I'm starting to sound like one of the teachers at Blackwell. Chloe and I had a nice chat about our lives since we left. We talked about dumb boys and girls and why they're trouble, especially for me. I feel like a groupie when I talk to Chloe about our life experience. She has me so beat. I take pictures, she takes action. Speaking of action, we had to seriously bounce when security showed up. Duh. How quiet could we be in the swimming pool? Plus, after leaving a trail of our Blackwell handiwork. It was so intense and exciting to get past the security guards. They had serious spotlight power, so it wasn't exactly easy to stealth our way past, especially as we had to bail in Chloe's junker. But like I said, intense and exciting, hella like Chloe Price. Yeah, like that's just shenanigans. Shenanigans, like there's no... I mean, it was a nice bonding moment. It was a nice bonding moment between Max and Chloe. And it was a bit of skin. But... Alright, well there's no side issues that we can talk about. Even though my body smelled like I had been dosed in chlorine, it was so nice to crash in Chloe's room for the first time in 5 years, and wake up next to her like our old sleepovers. For some reason it reminded me of the time we were going to TP one of the neighbors' houses, and we even snuck out, but we got chicken and ran back home, laughing all the way. I remember waking up the next day and Joyce was making one of her delish breakfasts downstairs, and Chloe smiled at me like we were in the most secret club in the world, or at least Arcadia Bay. We were pirates, damn it. After our academic espionage last night, I felt the same way. It's just that now the stakes are much higher and much more dangerous. I even ended up in some of Rachel Amber's clothes since mine were trashed. A band tee and ripped jeans, so not me. But I haven't found my style yet, so why not have some fun experimenting with a new outfit? Speaking of experiments, Chloe dared me to kiss her. So I did. She probably thought I would wuss out. Why? It wasn't that big a deal. Though it was cute the way she was kind of embarrassed after and she said she would tell Warren. Besides, I think Chloe sees Rachel Amber in her future. Ah, yes. Teen relationships. I don't have much to say about that. I like Chloe more than I like Warren, I can say that. Alright, let's continue. When I went down to breakfast, Joyce actually called me Rachel, which seems so wrong considering how beautiful she is and how boring I am. I guess my new outfit really is working its magic. I ended up helping Joyce make breakfast, just like when I was a kid on a sleepover. It's odd how quickly you can fall back into an old routine. See, again, like this Rachel thing, like Max wearing Rachel's clothes. I really wish there was more of Rachel in the story. I really do feel like Rachel should have been like an earlier Max, and maybe like that's the danger. Like maybe whatever made Rachel disappear is the danger that Max should be careful about. And it was, I guess, it was Jefferson in the end. But it doesn't seem as cool as I would want to imagine it, because I keep suspecting that Rachel also had this time rewind power, and that somehow abusing it was what got her in trouble, and that maybe somehow she would like find a way to warn Max to not to do the same thing. I mean, I thought that would be cool, but no, she's just a corpse in the ground, and she doesn't do anything. She's just dead. Dead people don't do anything. I don't know. I don't know. It's kind of, I don't know. So I must have set off Joyce's nostalgia mode since she busted out the old photo album. I'm one of the few people who loves checking out old pictures. What was that Alfred Hitchcock line about film being pieces of time? Like Mr. Jefferson said, so are photographs. I do think she wanted me to see her new husband in a better light. When David was happy or laughing with Joyce in a picture, I wanted to say, and who is that? Plus, I'm sure it's no accident that there was a photo of Rachel wearing the exact same clothes I had on. She truly is stunning and somehow looked more punk rock than Chloe. The truly heartbreaking image was the last photo William Price ever took, Chloe and I making pancakes in the kitchen. Joyce really misses that joyful, optimistic girl. I know she's still there. When Chloe smiled at me this morning, I saw her. The pictures seemed to sum up everything we had as children and lost as adults, whatever being an adult means. That's kind of important. I mean, it doesn't deal with any big issues, but the idea of growing up. And it only works now after Max saves Kate and does some actually important things. Now you can like she talks about being an adult, whereas at the start of the journal she was a kid, and so at some point she's grown up. So making these difficult decisions and doing consequential things have turned Max into an adult, and now she talks and feels like an adult now and doing serious things. And so now you can look at the picture of them as kids, and this makes sense. And even though it's only been like what 3 days, it's like 3 in-game days, but but this works. And so like this thing works as a coming of age story in a way, because like you grow out of childish things and do adult things, and in the process you grow up. That's kind of cool. Good story. I still wish the Rachel Amber connection was explored a bit more too. Which was a perfect cue for Chloe to bounce into the room and start shit with Joyce. This gave me cruel cover so I could sneak into the garage and finally unlock David Madsen's extreme files. So today I finally found out what was in David's secret files, and I admit I expected it to be worse. I'm relieved that it wasn't, so maybe I'm going easier on him than I should. No surprise that he had detailed files on Kate and Rachel, listing their whereabouts along with surveillance pics. David isn't off my shit list yet, but he's a damn good investigator, I'll give him that. It's clear that Frank and Rachel had some kind of relationship, and I don't think Chloe is going to be very happy to hear that. She needs to start waking up, we all do. When David came home, things escalated quickly. He looked more upset than usual, but shrugged when he saw me wearing Rachel's clothes. He was so on edge. Maybe I'll never get to see the David that Joyce loves so much. She and Chloe really let him have it, though. This was the first time I saw them bond since we were kids. But my spidey sense told me that David needed somebody to defend him, even just this once. I just don't feel that we have enough proof to really blame him for everything. Yes, he's a harassing bully with a surveillance fetish, but he seems to be gathering information for his own investigation. The mystery story side of me appreciates that and hopes we can use his research to buffer our own. Yeah, that's my thought too. That's my thought too. He's doing it the wrong way, but he's kind of he, I don't know how to say this. I was gonna say he's doing the right thing the wrong way, but that's the wrong thing, isn't it? I don't know. So all of this is actual story stuff, right? It's just not. There's no side issues at all. Interesting. Like now that we are reviewing the episodes, I know it's taking a long time to look through the old episodes. This is gonna be a really long video. My plan is to just upload this in one video. I don't know who's gonna watch all of it in one go. But now that we're analyzing the story like this, you can see how like there's the introduction and there's a few themes there, like high school stuff, and then there's the bullying and suicide and the drugs and the guns. And then now it's just the plot. There's not a lot of side issues going on here in the third episode. It's just kind of pushing the story along. Like you finding files with Chloe and getting evidence and stuff like that. And there's not really other things being discussed. Despite David's evidence and the bracelet, Chloe refused to believe Rachel was involved with Frank. This is a part of Chloe I don't much like. She gets so damn petulant if she doesn't get her way, or if she hears something she doesn't like. Serious denial. I get why, but that doesn't make dealing with it any easier. So I threw my hands up and suggested we check out Frank's RV. I knew that would piss Chloe off and she would do anything to find out what kind of relationship she had or he had with Rachel. But first we had to get the damn keys to the RV, which meant going into the Two Whales diner and bouncing like a rewind pinball between Frank, Nathan Prescott, and Officer Berry. And fucking with all of them. I'm still dizzy thinking about how I pulled it off, yay for Max. Sometimes I feel like I'm just cheating at life. Okay, I mean, in here there's like certain clues about how using the rewind power is a bit cheating, right? That's fair enough. Still, there's no evidence of consequences. The first thing we had to do was get Frank's scary dog out of the RV, so we did a classic cartoon give a dog a bone routine, and Cujo became Scooby-Doo just like that. Frank's RV was pretty much what I expected, drug dealer trash chic. But it wasn't as serial killer as I feared. We ransacked the place and found what Chloe didn't want us to find. I'm sorry Chloe had to see the pictures of Rachel posing for Frank, even if she did care about him. To her, it's just another betrayal, just another loved one dumping on her. Everyone she ever loved she lost one way or another. Only I came back from the past, for what? To make Chloe's life more painful. I just wish I could use my rewind power to go all the way back to the days when we were covered in pancake flour, life was simple. Relationships? Relationships? I guess it makes for a good story. But it's fairly soap opera-ish, isn't it? It's kind of people liking people and not being liked in return and stuff like that. Yeah, not much to say about this neither. Interesting, the third episode is actually all just story development. Uh, okay, so this is October 10th, so this is written afterwards, so she kind of went back in time and then she wrote it afterwards. So I think this is where it jumped the shark. I think going through photos is too much. Anyway, let me just read this. So October 10th, Dear Diary. Let's never do the time warp again. I can't even begin to explain what happened. If I think too hard about the ramifications, my brain might melt. When I try to describe it, it's as if I'm describing something that happened to someone else. Chloe was so upset when we discovered that Rachel had actually been involved with Frank Bowers that she just blew up. I can never talk to her when she's like this, and I just get so tired of having to walk on eggshells around her emotions. Chloe was so upset when we discovered that Rachel had actually been involved with Frank Bowers, and she just blew up. I can never talk to her when she's like this, and I just get so tired of having to walk on eggshells around her emotions. She still blames William for her messed up life, no matter how much she knows she's being unfair. I can't say that I wouldn't be just as messed up, not that I'm not in my own way. You're not messed up, Max, you're so privileged. You have a family that loves you, and they're not poor. Holy crap, how do you compare yourself with Chloe? Just think of it, just think of it. Chloe lost her father. Their family is struggling to make ends meet. Whereas Max has money, she has scholarship, she's in Blackwell, she has loving parents. How do you even compare? In my room, all I could think was, I wish I could go back in time and help Chloe. And suddenly I was looking at the photograph William had taken of us on the day he died, and it started pulsating like it was 3D, like I could see inside the photograph. Then I found myself actually back in the photo to when I was 13 years old. I was back in Chloe's kitchen in the year 2008. I think this just opened up a whole can of worms that was in the end more detrimental to the story than anything. Going back in the photos. Because once you can do that, and once you can change the distant past, anything can happen. Anything can happen. And that's not, once anything can happen, you don't have a coherent story anymore. Same problem with Bioshock Infinite. Once you get to the point where anything can happen, then why does anything happen? If anything can happen, why does any particular thing happen? Because something else could happen. Why does that happen? So it just never ends. It just never ends and it never resolves. I think this opens up a can of worms that they never closed. And it contributed episode 5 being so ridiculous and it's kind of messy and incoherent. With Chloe and William, right before he left to pick up Joyce for the last time. Since my power somehow morphed to this new level of rewind, I decided that there was no way I was going to let William die again, so I played hide the keys until he had no other option but to take the bus. I was so happy I actually saved William. I never thought about what could go wrong. See, here's another thing. You go back to the distant past and you change things, and other things go wrong. Just keep this in mind, because in the ending, you either choose to sacrifice Chloe or sacrifice Arcadia Bay, but to sacrifice Chloe, you have to go back in time, like a week, to let Chloe die. Again, you're going back to a long time in the past, and who knows what's going to happen. But like in the ending, everything turns out great. You will see the ending later on. But in the ending, everything turns out perfectly. But every other time we've gone back in time to try to fix things, it's always been a bit iffy as to whether things actually work out. So it's like the final choice kind of breaks the pattern that's been established in the game, and so how can you trust going back in the distant past to fix things when every other time you've done it, it hasn't really worked out? Anyway, again, we'll get back to this. I knew I was screwed when I came out of my epic rewind and saw Victoria chase. But now she was my friend and I was a member of the Vortex Club, enough said. I knew I had screwed up, and then I felt sick thinking about what might have changed with Chloe. I had a clue when I saw David Madsen driving the school bus. He sure didn't look so threatening anymore. I didn't want to know how he ended up as a bus driver instead of with Joyce. I felt my heart drop when I rushed to Chloe's house, so when William opened the door I prepared myself for the worst. That's when Chloe rolled forward in her wheelchair, paralyzed from the neck down. I didn't even know what to say, so I covered my mouth in my typical gesture of shock and stupid. But Chloe's smile was so genuine and beautiful I almost cried. And that is the end of the third episode, and looking back, the third episode was just pushing the story, except for this thing. So there was, in the first story there was introductions and a few themes, guns and drugs and things. In the second episode there were serious themes, suicide, bullying. Third episode we pushed the story forward a bit, developing the relationship between Chloe and Max, and then setting that up for this, which is seeing Chloe in this alternate reality. And this alternate reality, now we jump forward to episode 4, where we talk about American healthcare, which is basically no healthcare. Where we talk about American healthcare, which is a very important issue that you should care about if you're an American. If you're not an American, then you can just be like me and like, hello, American healthcare, am I right? LaMayo. So, but if you are American, then this is something that you kind of, it's a serious problem that affects everyone in America, not outside. And it's a political thing that you have to fix. Alright, so I had to adjust to everything without freaking out or telling Chloe that I actually altered time and space to save her father, but get her in a car accident so she can never walk again. The thing is, she was still Chloe, just minus all the rage. This Chloe was just grateful to be alive and have her family watching over her. Chloe begged me to spend the night, and of course I did. I noticed how run down parts of their home were, compared to before. I saw the incredible expensive equipment that Chloe now requires, including her new garage room. Sorry, David. Even though I felt awful and disconnected, Chloe was just so bubbly and excited to hang out with me again, especially since I flaked on her pretty hardcore after her accident. Even in an alternate universe, I'm a shitty friend. Chloe's world was so new and unique to me, especially her strength and kindness and pain. Chloe's world was so new and unique to me, especially her strength and kindness and pain. She needed a whole pharmacy to get through the day. I didn't feel sorry for her. I felt in awe with her attitude. This Chloe didn't blame anybody for her condition, even though she had the right. We strolled down the beach and saw the beached whales that proved something bad was happening in both realities. So this is again, well, I mean, when I'm reading the story, I can kind of see it. So she used this new power, and then the whales die. You'll notice that the dead birds don't appear in the journal. So I think the story actually is a slightly streamlined version of the game. So she used a new power, and then the whales die. So this is, I mean, it's more clear in the journal than it is in the game about the connection between her using the powers and things dying. And then Chloe asked me to put her to sleep. Well, that kind of misses a few things. The accident left her body pretty much broken. Her lungs stopped working properly, and she was basically dying a slow, painful death. She also felt so guilty about her parents' sacrifice and dwindling income. She wasn't erratic or tortured about this request, just practical, which made me feel even more terrible for putting her in this situation. I agreed to help her simply because she explained that she wanted to have a choice for the last time in her life. How could I argue with that? Especially since I knew I screwed up the entire universe by making a simple decision. And I knew I would have to go back eventually and accept the timeline that actually happened. So Chloe and I had one last movie night watching Blade Runner, falling asleep to the sounds of Vangelis, and when I woke up I put my best friend to sleep forever. Alright, the story didn't quite happen like that, but close enough. After my visit to Chloe's new world, I knew it was time to go Max to the future. I had seen the result of my temporal tempering, and I got scared thinking my new power wouldn't even work anymore. That would have been cruel karma. Fortunately, I was able to project myself into the photograph once again, and I undid everything I had done. Goodbye, William, again. Hello, David, again. So this section talks about American healthcare and euthanasia, which are relevant things that people should think about, I guess. And it also talks about the courage of sick people in difficult circumstances. It talks about, Chloe's parents being literally bankrupt, but still trying to scrape together enough to look after their daughter. And of course Chloe, who kind of is kind of brave and tries to make the best of whatever she has. And American healthcare, and the right to choose to die if you're terminally ill and you're dying anyway. To choose the right to die. I mean, this is like, it's not an issue. It's not a new issue to me. So I already know that I support euthanasia in the limited sense, like in the sense that only for terminally ill patients and things like that. So I already know that I would support this. So if you've never kind of considered this before, then good. The game should introduce it to you, and you should think about it. Should people who everyone knows will die, should they be allowed to die quickly and painlessly at the time of their own choosing? Or should they have to suffer until their body just can't hold out anymore and they die anyway? That's the question, really. So that's cool. So, we get back to some issues that are relevant to real people. Like, even if it's not relevant to you, everybody grows old. Everybody gets sick eventually. So at some point in your life, someone in your family will die. I mean, I don't want to sound morbid about it, but everybody dies at some point, right? So so everyone has to deal with this. Everybody's gonna grow old themselves and have to deal with this. So this is real issues that real people deal with, and this makes this a relevant game to people. Whereas sneaking into a swimming pool and having a naked skinny dip with your best friend, that's not necessarily a relevant thing for people. Like, who does that? I haven't done that. I've never done that in my life. So I think that's just kind of gratuitous escapism and naked girls. whereas this is relevant to people. So I would kind of value this more highly than the other one. Alright, let's continue. I have never been so glad to see Chloe in my life. The second I saw her blue hair and that beautiful pissed off face, I wanted to kiss her again. And I couldn't even tell her where I had been or why. It would be one more thing to alienate Chloe from me and the world. I had to get refocused on our research for Rachel. Chloe had been busy with her detective work while I was in my alternate timeline. Of course, she was already upset I defended David, but even though I still didn't like any of his surveillance bullshit. But it seemed like he was trying to help, even though I'm not really sure how. And I have to acknowledge that I simply don't know what the hell he's up to, not that it stopped me from busting out some of my patented ninja moves, so I could get around him and grab some more of his secret X-Files. After we gathered our new info, like Halloween treats, I loved watching Chloe go into Sherlock mode while we examined all of our clues on our big old drawing board. Of course, we all know that she's more of a Dr. Watson, right? Elementary. Honestly, with all the impending doom and sadness, I felt so happy just to find myself back in action with my best friend and the butterfly blue hair. Hella yes. So this was kind of fun. I mean, for a game, most of it is storytelling, but this is an actual game. So you have to kind of find the clues and link them together. So we can actually get a bit of proper gameplay here, which is nice. Although we got a little too much of that in episode 5, and it was actually kind of bad. I mean, even though it's good to get to sneak in some gameplay, let's be kind of honest here. What is the best part of Life is Strange? The best part is the people and the story. So if there's no gameplay and it's just people and story, it'll be perfectly fine. Because the story is so great, and the issues that they deal with are so important and so relevant, that if it ends up just not even being a game, that would be fine. That would be fine. I feel like in episode 5 they dropped. I feel like they dropped the ball. I feel like they just didn't close the story, and they tried to do something else instead of closing the story. I don't know what. Anyway, let's keep going. But first things first, I really had to go and see Kate. I've never visited anybody in the hospital before, much less anybody who's tried to commit suicide. So I was happy Chloe wanted to come along for support. The antiseptic smell and the endless white halls always kind of weird me out, or maybe I'm just projecting my own fear of mortality. When I saw Kate in her room surrounded by cards, flowers and balloons, all I could think of was when I saw her the last time on the roof. Her face was so sad and sincere and helpless then. But now she had more life in her than I'd seen in a long time. And see, that's the amazing thing, is that you could see it on her face. I mean, you can tell that they've spent time on working on the characters and their expressions, because in the first 2 episodes, Kate looked genuinely sad, and then when you visit her now in the hospital, she looked genuinely happy. And these are not actors, like these are not real people. These are like, did they have? I don't know if they had any motion capture. Maybe they did have motion capture, but they looked believable. And with computer generated people, they don't always look believable. But Kate at least was believable in her expressions, which is always a plus. I had no idea what to say to somebody in a situation like this. How are you after you almost jumped off the roof? Close enough, just say how are you. It's good to see you again. But Kate's gentle spirit made it easy. I was overjoyed to see that she was drawing again and making plans for the future, including plans to get justice for what Nathan Prescott had done to her, or what I call revenge. So after getting the inside info and assist from the other members of our team, Chloe and I made our way to the boys' dorm, aka Nathan's lair. Chloe stood guard out in the hall and I stealthed my way into Nathan's room. Even though I've become a master spy and detective, I still get surprised by things I see or find, like Nathan's sleek, expressionist bro cave. It was like walking from light to shadow in a single step. I swear I could feel the temperature drop the second I walked in. But then Nathan knows photography and he knows you have to keep the film and equipment chilled. I store my instant film hoard in Mr. Jefferson's classroom. Really? Speaking of cold stuff, Nathan's room was layered in creepy shit. The disturbing but impressive photos, all the evidence from his father's bullying, and probably the most important clue we could ever find, Nathan's phone, likely loaded with messages and mysteries. It's not a good thing that I've internalized spying and stealing so casually over the past week. Everyday hero, am I right? Again, the story, like the game gives you so much evidence that it's Nathan doing it. And it gives you no evidence that Jefferson's involved at all. Like there's no sign of Jefferson being involved with Nathan at all. Like you go into Nathan's room and you don't see any evidence for them collaborating. So how would you know? So again, like the plot twist, the evidence to back the plot twist was never there, right? And that's when Nathan Prescott showed up. He looked so wild-eyed and out of control that I felt a twinge of sympathy that he clearly needed help. But then I remembered he was also an asshole and had been extremely dangerous to me, Chloe, and Kate. So before I had to rewind, Warren entered the scene and my white knight... Don't call him a white knight. Don't call him a white knight. Oh my god, don't call him a white knight. But he headbutted Nathan in perfect payback. I couldn't believe it, neither could Nathan. In fact, Warren literally started to go ape all over Nathan's face. It wasn't cool, but my nerves were so frayed from the week, and I was so over the Blackwell bullies that I almost didn't want to stop Warren from beating Nathan into the floor. Warren has his own issues to work out with Nathan, but this wasn't the time or place. Even if Nathan deserved it, and I would have been happy to watch Warren show him who was a Blackwell boss now. Alright, so violence. I guess violence is something people have to deal with. See, again, like Warren is this guy who can't control his rage. Another red flag on him. Like you can't. Why? No, you can't. If a man can't control his rage, you shouldn't get into a relationship with him. You shouldn't be in a friendship with him either. It's dangerous, literally dangerous. I mean, this is how abusive relationships happen. Is when it's like you see him being violent, and you think, oh, but he wouldn't do it to me, But I'm special to him. He wouldn't do it to me. How do you know? How would you even know? It's like you see a guy beating someone else up, and yeah, but he's nice to me. But he's nice to me is not good enough. All right. After that dorm brawl, Chloe and I headed to the beach to deal with Frank and see if we could get him to join us. I had to be careful not to get him all tweaked out. He was pretty pissed that someone had gotten into his RV and borrowed his account book. But once he saw that we didn't care about drugs or money, only Rachel, he mellowed out. Okay. All I could think was, I'm trying to get a drug dealer to help me find a missing girl. Incredibly, Frank actually agreed to help. He knows how naive and clueless we are, so I hope that our sincerity swayed him. I'm still not sure about him, and I can't be so naive not to keep my rewind guard up. I don't know much about him except that he sells drugs, has a wicked temper, and that he loves Rachel even more than his beans. So we get to add another member to our team, Booyah. That's interesting because we killed him. We killed him and then we rewound. So the game doesn't actually record that. It just records that we managed to convince him to help us. It's kind of weird. Yeah, but we killed him the first time, then we shot him in the leg the second time, and then we convinced him to help us the third time. We went through all three options. This was... I don't know if we got anything out of that. In terms of, like, learning experiences for real people, I don't think we did. Except maybe if we shot him and then continued with it, then... I don't know, would Chloe be messed up? Maybe you should try that. Would Chloe be messed up? I'll try that, because in my minimum rewind run, I would have to do that, because if you don't rewind anything, by default she shoots him in the head and shoots the dog as well. And so if I don't use my rewind there, then he just stay dead. So that'll be interesting. The minimum rewind run will be quite interesting, I think. And you won't know anything about it because I won't record any of it, huh? Uh, Anything else we should say? Not really. My life feels so surreal at this point. I don't know how to react anymore. I can rewind time and space, but is it aging me before my own time and space? Am I learning things I shouldn't, messing up too much shit, including my own history? Obviously my nosebleeds and dizzy spells are a bad sign that I'm overusing my powers, but it's because it's become almost part of my nature, or maybe a habit. Power corrupts, not yet I hope. I remember this famous episode of the original Star Trek where Kirk has to go back in time and let the person he loves die, so the Nazis won't win the war. What kind of fucked up choice is that? What would have happened if I had not been in the school bathroom to save Chloe that day? But damn it, I was there, and thus I was supposed to be there. Destiny. And the fact that we were able to convince Frank to actually help us gives the most hope I've had in a while. Yes, Chloe and I were stupid to confront Frank like that, considering how he reacted before. But I don't see how anyone could say he didn't really love Rachel Amber. He shouldn't have pulled a knife on Chloe though, and I don't like that he sells all these dangerous meds to teenagers, especially Nathan. He needs psychiatric supervision, not just baggies of pills. At least he won't be going to Frank again. Really? Why won't he be going to Frank again? I don't get it. Oh, did we tell him that Nathan's involved? I think we did. Or was that later? No, it's later. See, here they start dropping you hints about how you have to let the person you love die to save other people. I mean, from a storyteller's point of view, that's a setup, but it wasn't in the game, it's only in the diary. We never got this in the game. I feel like the people, like the person writing the story is like dropping these hints, but I don't think the hints are obvious enough. I mean, I don't accept circumstantial evidence, right? Unless there's proven causality, I don't assume that there is. So I don't know. I wasn't convinced. I'm still not convinced. I still don't know why Chloe or even Rachel would hang out with Frank for the drugs. But I can't suss that out anymore. Maybe if I hadn't left town, I'd be less judgmental. But now we have Nathan's phone, David's coordinates, Frank's account book, and a big board of clues. Which brings us closer to finding Rachel Amber, finally. So maybe the tide is finally turning, or time is finally turning. This is the moment where all the clues come together and we finally have a location outside of town that may lead us straight to Rachel Amber and beyond. After everything that happened with Frank, I had to convince Chloe to keep going forward with me. Since I do feel we're at the end of the road, hopefully not the end of the world. But whatever anger Chloe has inside her that makes her so self-destructive is matched by her balls and bravery. Yes, Chloe has gotten me nearly killed, but I know she would die for me, and I can't forget I put her in a wheelchair to slowly die in another reality. Does that matter? Does the other reality actually matter? Hopefully it's not the end of the world. See, the story, the way they write the story suggests what happens makes sense, but it wasn't in the game. Maybe the game wasn't really keeping up with the story somehow. And Chloe is more focused now than before. I told her we have to keep moving forward no matter what, and I couldn't find Rachel on my own. That was enough. Now is the time to shine a light into the dark room. So this is mostly just pushing the plot forward. There's no side issues really. Chloe and I loaded up our coordinates and hit the road. We were both quiet yet excited. It's hard to explain the feeling. Even with all the horrible things happening, I found myself thinking that Chloe and I were part of some greater mystery that involved time, space, and all our fates. I've never had much faith, not the Kate Marsh kind anyway. But I couldn't believe we were being set up for doom after everything that's happened this week. but I wasn't prepared for the dark room. The coordinates led us to an old abandoned farm owned by the Prescott family, and I shouldn't have been surprised that it was actually housing a weird secure bunker that was filled with Prescott memorabilia and worse. If there was an evil ground zero, this place was it. Cupboards filled with named red binders that confirmed our worst nightmares. Not that I even had any clue that our amateur detective work would lead us to this kind of professional hell. When I saw the binder marked with Victoria, my heart started pounding like a jackhammer. Then I had a real clue about what was coming. I don't even want to think about the images we saw of Kate Marsh posed unconscious with that motherfucker Nathan Prescott. She did know the truth about what happened to her, even if she couldn't remember all the awful details. And then Rachel Amber, delicately composed photograph of her drugged and all over Nathan like some kind of sick goth couple. I couldn't bear to look at Chloe's face as she looked at the photos of her abused angel. I feel nauseated. All the hope I was feeding Chloe felt like vapor. And then we saw exactly where Nathan had taken his vicious lair out with poor Rachel in the junkyard. So this is... I mean, as I've said before, it vaguely parallels things that do happen in the real world, but not exactly. Yeah, people do get drugged and raped in the real world. It happens. And maybe like this is a way to show it without showing it, right? It's a way to show it without showing it. So instead of actual sexual violence or physical violence, it's photos. But the photos capture the victimization. So it's like, how do you put this into a story without getting an R rating? And then no one's allowed to play it because it's just too violent. So you can't make it photos, right? It does happen. Maybe I'm not giving it the gravity it deserves. What are the stats? I think the stats are something crazy like a third of all women are sexually assaulted at some point in their lives. And it doesn't necessarily mean like raped, but like groped, inappropriately touched by people they don't agree with. That counts as well. So sexual harassment, if it's sexual harassment, it's probably like 100%. Like just kind of inappropriate comments. If you include things like inappropriate comments, it'll be something like 100%. If it's only like actual physical assault, then I think the stats are like a third of all women experience some sort of sexual assault, which is insane. A third or more. Like it's very difficult. It depends on what you include as sexual assault. But if you include anything inappropriate, it'll be like something like 100%. So this sort of thing happens a lot. It happens a lot. Like you talk to any adult woman who've been alive long enough. Like, has anyone ever tried to like do something inappropriate, like grope you or something like that? And probably everyone would be able to tell you something. Like a lot more women get raped than you realize. And rape again. The definition of rape is somewhat contested. Non-consensual sex, like, but like, sometimes like people are pressured into having sex when they don't really want to, and that technically counts. Although if you're in court, it might not hold up in court, but technically it counts if there's some sort of kind of peer pressure or social pressure into having sex. That counts as rape too, and it's much more common than you imagine, and it's terrible. And nobody really talks about it neither. You can do your research if you don't like do your own research if you want to. If you don't think I'm telling you the truth, just look it up. Just go to the internet and just look up how prevalent it is. And but most of it don't look like this. Although it looks kind of like this. Usually it's someone they know and trust. So the abuser is usually someone who is known and trusted. and they kind of just kind of they just kind of abuse that trust. And so here, the fact that Jefferson is the teacher, so they know them and they trust them and they're in a position of kind of authority. So this is, in a way, accurate. In a way, this is realistic, right? It's someone you know and you trust who is abusing their position to kind of to hurt people. What else can I say? Not much for now. Let me just continue. It's like the trust is a thing, like, because that's what makes it easy for them. Right? Because you trust them, so you don't notice it until it's too late, right? Whereas, like, people sometimes have this concept of rape being, oh, there's this creepy guy in the alleyway and they just kind of jump people and then drag them and do that. That doesn't really happen because, well, it does happen. Let me just say, it does happen, but it doesn't happen as much as people think, or it's not the percentage that people think, because people are naturally wary of dark alleyways. Like, if there's a skeevy guy, you know to avoid him. Whereas it's the people who you trust, but then who deceive you, they're the ones who you don't guard against, and so they're more successful in a terrible way. So there's that. We finally found Rachel Amber, dead and buried. I'm sorry, Rachel. I'm sorry, Chloe. I'm sorry, Kate. I'm sorry, William. Fuck you, Arcadia Bay. Rachel Amber. I don't know. Rachel Amber. I wish there was more of a Rachel Amber in the story. And the shallow grave too, like, she's literally like half a foot, she's like 6 inches under the dirt. It doesn't work. Dirt is slightly permeable. Like, if you bury someone 6 inches down and they start decomposing, it smells really bad. There's a reason why corpses are buried 6 feet in the ground, because that's how much dirt you need to make sure they don't start smelling bad. So that was as unrealistic. That Rachel Amber was just kind of 6 inches in the ground, if that. But aside from that, this sort of thing happens. People who, especially pretty girls who disappear, are quite often assaulted and killed, and then dumped somewhere. Unfortunately, it happens too much. Well, maybe it's not about fortune, maybe it's about the fact that we don't do enough to stop it from happening. It happens too much. High school should be the best years of your life, I've heard over and over from my parents and other experts. Fuck do they know. Tell that to Rachel Amber or Kate. I've never seen Chloe so cold and hard, she won't let go of the gun. So we have to find Nathan before Chloe kills him, and if that happens, it will be hard to rewind. But we're as close to the end of this nightmare as possible, so I have to block out all those images of Kate Marsh and Rachel Amber that will be buried in my retina forever. There's still a final secret to uncover, and nothing is going to stop us now, not even a goddamn tornado. Chloe and I pulled up to Blackwell's parking lot and arrived at the end of the world party. Oh, the irony. We had to get rid of poor Warren fast, who wanted to bask in his alpha glory and hang out with Chloe and me. Warren is so useless. It's so useless. He gets drunk when we actually need his help. He gets drunk and is useless. I can't put another one of my friends in danger. So bizarro to see all the students dressed up in expensive outfits or pre-Halloween costumes, talking and laughing and smoking and drinking. As if there wasn't a serial killer going to the same party or the town wasn't in equal danger. Warren is so bad. He's such a bad character. He's useless. As if to remind me of Arcadia's Bay's ticking doomsday clock, I actually saw 2 moons in the sky over the horizon. or that's what it looked like briefly before the clouds rolled over. I squinted and actually rubbed my eyes like a dog just to make sure my iris isn't foggy. Was this another sign of or an environmental illusion? Other people saw it too, except Chloe didn't see anything, besides vengeance. So she went into the gym looking for Nathan before I could catch up. Nathan doesn't know that he's running out of time too, no irony intended, we are. My first and last Vortex Club party, flashing lights and DJ Doom, no comment, spinning. In an alternate reality, I might have been at this party, standing in the corner, shy and nervous, waiting for somebody to ask me to dance, but being terrified if that happened. And that would have been the limits of my problems. Now look at me. But I had to find Chloe first, then Nathan before she shot him. No matter how evil I thought Victoria was, she's actually just a terribly insecure person with talent, passion, and a tendency to be a cruel dick for no reason. I have to see beyond our petty mean girl drama and assume she has a role to play in all this too. So we talked like human beings and I warned her without specifics about Nathan. She believed me and it felt so warm to make a connection with my previous enemy, a sliver of light in all this darkness, let there be more. See, that's something else that never was resolved. The fact that, you eventually could come to terms with Victoria. I really feel like the episode 5 missed a lot of things. Like, I was expecting for all the threads of all the people to weave back together and for you to kind of get some closure on the relationships that you have with all the other characters. You would assume that that's what what happens at the end of the story, but it didn't really happen. It was just this is a thing where either you sacrifice Chloe or you sacrifice the town, and there's no closure. I disagree with how episode 5 happened. I really did. October 11, I guess. I watched Chloe die again, killed by my favorite teacher. Why? Because we were stupid and let Jefferson trick us with the phony text. Yeah, it was stupid. I agree it was stupid. Alright, so this is like episode 5. You'll notice that there's only 8 pages left? So about a little bit more than 1/10. So despite it being 5 episodes, the last episode has far less story than the other parts. Look at this. Look how many pages there are at the earlier bits and how many pages there are in episode 5. We're at 65 out of 73. Like, you would expect the last one to be the best. You would expect the last episode to be the most story, but it isn't. I'm so disappointed by episode 5. So we ended up back at the junkyard and fell right into his trap. Yes, you did. Anyone would have seen that trap coming, but you just fell right into it. We should have called the police the second we found Rachel, but I had gone along too far with Chloe. I keep thinking I'm invincible, that I'm a real everyday superhero, but no, I'm just Max Caulfield. Maybe all my powers are an accident of fate, or am I being punished like Chloe? What have we done to deserve all this pain? What did Rachel do? Kate, William. Then there's Mark Jefferson. I can't ever call him Mr. again. I'm still shocked that he turned out to be the one hiding behind the darkroom, but if I think back on those pieces of time, Jefferson had been dropping hints all along. No, he hasn't. What hints? What hints did he drop? It makes me sick to think how long he's been doing this for, and to whom. He hasn't been dropping hints. What hints was he dropping? No. This... No. There are... I mean... I don't know. Maybe the storyteller thought that the story was being told. Like, the fact that Jefferson was a bad guy, there was never enough hints to validate the plot twist. And the link between using the time rewind power and the bad things happening around Arcadia Bay, that was never proven either. There was not enough evidence there for that to be conclusive. but they become like really important. Like those things never really affected the first 4 episodes, but somehow in the 5th episode, suddenly these things become the most important things, even though they weren't sufficiently established in the previous episodes. And that's why, I mean, I don't know, I don't agree. I just don't agree with episode 5. All right. The needle. I can still feel that needle on my skin. Thank God I can't remember Jefferson posing me for most of his 6th session. Imagine all those other people who had to suffer through that horror, like Rachel and Kate. That made me determined to get out of that room, at least to stop him and save Chloe. I had to use my focus rewind on multiple photos so often that even I got confused. Worse still, I knew I was screwing around with various realities again, but I had no other choice. Chloe would not die in a junkyard next to Rachel Amber, and there was no fucking way I was going to let Jefferson be the last person I ever saw. It's hard to even imagine myself in that studio alone with Jefferson acting like that. Everything was so neat and sterile, but it felt like the filthiest place on earth. If I didn't have this ability to bend time, what would I have done? What could I have done? Sometimes I felt removed, like I was looking at myself going through this hell. But thanks to Jefferson's class photo, he personally helped me to escape. I also feel so terrible that Victoria had to end up in here with me just because I warned her about Nathan. I should have known that she would rush to Jefferson for protection. Instead, he kidnapped her and almost murdered her because of me. I'll never forget the way Jefferson looked at me, so cold and mean. I felt like I was on one of those awful true crime shows my mum binge watches. How does somebody become evil? He actually shot Chloe in the head just like that, motherfucker. I wish the police had taken Nathan in after I told Principal Wells that he drugged Kate. He might still be alive and maybe he would have taken down Jefferson too. Yes. So here, I still think that Jefferson is a little bit too much of a cartoon villain. I guess the way that the game spent like half an hour having him explain himself to you in order to justify the plot twist, that didn't help. But I didn't really think Jefferson was a realistic villain. But maybe this is sufficient. We don't really need you to empathize with the villain, right? We don't really need people to empathize. What we need to do is we need people to empathize with the victim. That's more important. And I think this is sufficient for the player to just feel how horrible the experience was for Max, and by extension for Victoria and Kate and Rachel. And maybe that is enough to provide some motivation for people to take sexual assault seriously, not to just kind of laugh it off like some frat boy, right? Like when a frat boy rapes a girl, you just laugh about it. So to kind of just take it seriously, I hope it's enough for that at least. And maybe it's enough to kind of convince people who are considering drugging a girl and raping them, just don't do it. Just don't be that guy. I don't know if this is enough. Hopefully it's enough. To the extent that we succeed in that, or to the extent that the game developers succeed in doing that, that's great. To the extent that it convinces anyone to take rape more seriously and to actually maybe take action against it, that's great. I think that's the important part. The problem with Jefferson being a little bit like a cartoon villain is, if that's not real enough, I wonder if it's enough to caution people against the real threats, but then The problem is that a rapist can look like anything. And the problem is that mostly it's someone that a person trusted, which makes it even worse because you can't trust anybody. If you go with that, then you can't trust anybody, and that's terrible too. So I don't know if there's any good answer for that. Um, what else do I have to say about this? I guess that's about it. Yeah, yeah. To the extent that this game generates any amount of empathy you have for rape victims, then this game has done something good here. Alright, that's my summary. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. I can't believe I was able to focus and rewind into my selfie all the way back to art class on Monday. I turned in my photo for the contest after I sent a text to David warning him about Jefferson. Phew. The only reason I haven't had a total meltdown is the fact that I do have this incredible power. I have to use it right for once and maybe never again. It was weird to be in class with Jefferson, like I wasn't just tortured by him in an underground bunker. I saw him for the first time as he is, a creepy manipulative psychopath filled with bullshit. Well, I mean, I didn't think he was a psychopath at first. I thought he was full of shit, to be honest. I thought he was full of shit at the beginning of the game. I think I said that too. I didn't see him being creepy and manipulative though. But I thought he was full of shit. I didn't really like him that much. Did I? I'll have to go back and check my first videos and see my first reaction of him. And this is kind of important, although I don't know if Jefferson is really accurate as a villain. But this is kind of important, like if you know, because what's happening here is that the whole story is that he comes across as this really charming person, and all the girls want him. Like all the girls in the art class want him. And the fact that, I guess, I don't know. I still don't know if Jefferson is realistic enough, because if he is realistic, then if you can learn to spot the monster in the game, and he is a realistic monster, then you would also learn how to spot monsters in real life if he's realistic. I don't know if he is realistic enough. But still, the idea that the monster can come across as this charming person, maybe that's important. That just because your gut reaction is you want to sleep with him doesn't necessarily mean that he's a good person. Not by a long shot. He uses art and passion to seduce people, but behind that there's nothing but hate and perversion. I only pray that I can fix this timeline, not fuck it up. Next to the future, it feels like I finally made things right. Chloe is alive. David Madsen became a real everyday hero by busting Jefferson and his dark room, along with Nathan and his father. The Prescotts have lost control of Arcadia Bay. Now I'm the official everyday hero on my way to San Francisco with Principal Wells, who is a lot more funny and laid back when he's not stressing about Blackwell Academy. It's hard for me to totally relax, but all these pieces of time seem to be falling into place. So the fake happy ending. I wonder... The fake happy ending, except Storm hits. Did they have to end? I see, I'm reading this now and I just think they don't know, they couldn't figure out how to end the story, because they have this, like they write the story, they get to this point, like you get into the bunker, you fight against Jefferson, you defeat Jefferson, and therefore happy ending, and they get to the happy ending, and then they thought, no, this is too happy, and then they continue writing. It's like they don't know how to stop. I really get the sense that the storyteller didn't know how to end, and so they write. You know, when you write a story, all the threads, like all the threads you start, eventually lead to a logical conclusion. And if you happen to not like that logical conclusion, well, it sucks to be you, because that's the logic. But if you, I feel like they got to here That's the logical conclusion, but they don't like it, and then they just kept writing. It feels like that, and then it gets all magical because the storm is magic. The time rewind power is magic. The dead whales and the eclipse and the snowstorm and the dead birds and the double moons. It's magic. Like there's no science, there's no logic to it. It's literally magic. And so you get to the logical conclusion, but you don't like it. But then after the logic, all that's left is the magic. And so you start getting into this magical crap, which doesn't actually make any sense because it's magic. There's no logic to it. And then you write to the magical ending, and it doesn't make sense, is what I'm trying to say. Alright, so then you get to... So this is the fake happy ending. So the Zeitgeist Gallery. The Zeitgeist Gallery was a trip. Why does somebody so shy like me want to be famous for her photographs? I don't care about people kissing my ass. I just want to hang out with great artists and learn from them. It was so sweet that my work was displayed in a respectable gallery, and I got to experience that public response. But I'm not a fan of the spotlight. That Berkeley reporter made me feel like I wouldn't even know what to say. Oh yes, this selfie represents my soul. I'd tear up my own picture if I ever talked like that. But it was so nice just to have a safe, peaceful moment for myself, where my dreams came true instead of my nightmares. I had a real vision of my future and who I wanted to be, so I won't feel bad about rewinding time once again to destroy my contest photo. Oh, wait, this is different. The storm is still coming to Arcadia Bay, which means Chloe's life is still in danger. No prize or exhibition is worth losing her again. At least I can use my picture for a truly important reason, and yet again try to fix the machineries of time that I keep breaking. This story is different. In the game, she didn't realize that the storm was still coming until it hit, and she phoned back. But here, it's like she knew beforehand that the storm was still coming. This is different. It's a different story. I don't know. The story is falling apart. I think the story really is falling apart. I don't know what's gonna... The next 5... I dread to read the next 5 pages, to be honest. So I did it. Back in my room again, erasing another timeline. Or does that reality go on without me? Am I just creating knots in time? My biggest fear is that I won't be able to rewind when I most need to, or even remember what I've done. And my head does feel like it's going to burst if I keep doing this. My nosebleeds are a bad omen, yet I'm here. I can rip up my contest photo and still warn David about Jefferson. It just means I won't be going to San Francisco yet, and I have to protect Chloe from one storm. I knew things were going too easy, and I messed it all up as usual. Jefferson was pissed that I had torn up my contest photo, freaking out about my wasted talent. Bastard torched my diary so I couldn't even rewind using my art class selfie. That doesn't make sense. The timelines don't match. So you go through time, you get caught by Jefferson, you escape Jefferson by going back in time to his class and warning David to catch him. So now in this timeline, David catches Jefferson very early, like pretty much immediately after the gun in the toilet incident. Pretty much, Jefferson is caught, and then from that timeline you go forward to the art gallery, and then you go back in time again to tear up your selfie. But that selfie you never handed to Jefferson, ever. So how would Jefferson catch you again? Because you go back in time there, you're going back to before. Do you go back to before you called Jefferson to tell him to arrest I mean, you call David to tell him to arrest Jefferson? You rip up that selfie, but why would Jefferson know about that? You rip up that selfie, doesn't matter because you never handed the selfie in to Jefferson, right? So then it shouldn't affect you calling David to arrest Jefferson later. That doesn't actually line up. It actually doesn't line up. The timelines. This. See, like once you start putting too much magic in your story, then like you just can't keep track of it anymore because it doesn't make sense. Magic by definition doesn't make sense, and then the more you put in, the more confused things become. All right. So my whole plan took a shit, and I couldn't text David about Jefferson. No, that doesn't. No, it's wrong. The timelines are wrong. Which is how I ended up back in this evil darkroom after I thought I had escaped. The worst thing was seeing that Victoria was gone and knowing that Jefferson had already killed her, all because of me. I've never felt so helpless and hopeless in my life. It made me even more determined to rewind time and save Victoria as well. Amazingly, it was David Madsen who turned up to save me, thanks to his own surveillance. He was almost Jefferson's shadow and tracked him down to the farmhouse. See, again, why would that work? Why would that work? Because David was a screw up. His surveillance, he was always looking at the wrong people. Was the evidence that we had from the rest of the game. Again, this doesn't line up. This doesn't line up with the story. This part of the story doesn't line up with the previous part of the story. Like David was looking at Rachel and looking at Kate. Like he was looking at the victims. He wasn't never looking at the bad guys. This doesn't line up. I was able to use my rewind for good and actually help David battle Jefferson. I do know that the only way I can save Chloe now is to get that picture that Warren took of us in the parking lot. I just hope he's okay in this storm. Finally, I told David that Chloe was dead and he killed Jefferson. I have nothing else to say. I mean, that's not really on you, unless you want to rewind time again. Yeah, David killed Jefferson, not you. So that's his choice. His gun, his choice. Although the better thing to do would be to keep him alive and actually have him face justice. Having him face justice would be more proper and a more complete revenge than killing him. Alright. For the first time since my visions, I was able to see the storm manifest in this reality. When I felt the sharp wind from the tornado, everything became more desperate. I was so relieved to get a hold of Warren. But he's definitely trapped in the Two Whales diner with the photo. Yes, this looks like a job for Supermax. I borrowed Jefferson's car to haul ass and found that Nathan left me a sad voicemail. He only wanted to warn me not to be blamed for Rachel, but Jefferson wouldn't forgive him. He only wanted to warn me not to be blamed for Rachel. To warn me to not be blamed for Rachel. Alright, well, Nathan died, whatever. Apocalypse Arcadia Bay. I never felt the raw force of nature, but this storm is ground zero. My town is being destroyed, and I'm so furious that I didn't pay more attention to my visions. I could have warned and saved so many people instead of watching them die around me. I decided I need to fulfill my destiny, whatever that was, and use my powers for good, and more importantly, to not be afraid. There was no more time for fear, so I barely made it to town and helped as much as I could until I had to rewind to stop a raging fire from blowing up the diner. At least I was able to do something. The storm. But again, like, why would... Well, okay, it's a magic storm. There's no... See, it's a magic storm, so I was gonna ask, like, why would people not see the storm coming and not get to shelter? But it's a magic storm, so you can't ask why anymore. So it's like... See, I hate it when things just... Too many miracles and nothing makes sense and you can't... I don't. Too many miracles. I almost cried when I saw Joyce and Warren, even though they were scared, but they're strong. They helped everybody in the diner, including Frank, who I was glad to see alive. I'm glad Warren is such a good friend, considering how insane my life has been this week. Kissing Chloe instead of him didn't seem that strange. It felt like Chloe and I were flipping off the cruel universe, and if I was going to die, I wanted one kiss from my best friend. No, I didn't. Who's your friend? Who's your best friend? Wait a minute. I'm glad Warren is such a good friend, considering how insane my life has been this week. Kissing Chloe instead of him didn't seem that strange. It felt like Chloe and I were flipping off the cruel universe, and if I was gonna die, I wanted one kiss from my best friend. No, this wasn't. Okay, so apparently Warren is supposed to be likable. Apparently Max is supposed to like Warren. I don't I don't see what makes Warren likable at all. At all, like he's hopeless. He's too immature. Okay, what? The main thing was that I had Warren's photo and I would get one last chance to save Chloe. I felt queasy considering what a mess I've made, but there was no going back anymore. Warren rules. I was able to rewind to the end of the world party with his photo, and I felt like I was getting more confident with my time travel skills. It's always hard to deal with Chloe when only I have the benefit of knowing her future, but the one thing Chloe appreciates the most is honesty, so I told her everything, from when she was paralyzed to the dark room to San Francisco. She didn't want to believe that David was so heroic, but she knows I wouldn't lie. And I could tell Chloe felt awful for what Jefferson did to me. Yes. That was kind of interesting. Like, I was trying to figure out what to say to Chloe. And eventually I figured out that Chloe cared about Max the most. And so when you have Max tell Chloe what happened to her, that's what convinces Chloe to stop and listen. Which is cool. Again, the friendship between Chloe and Max is just cool, right? It's just this cool friendship. Like, they care about each other. That's cool. Chloe is back. I didn't even care if this was the real end of the world. It just felt so good to hold her again after everything we've been through. I thought about all the timelines I jumped through for her and how much she's always meant to me. Our lives have always been entwined. How could this not be some kind of fate or destiny? Even though we're opposites in so many ways, we're also so alike. We'll always be pirates in spirit, and we'll always want to take on the world. It sounds so stupid to say that she's my hero. But if not her, who else? Sometimes Chloe and I feel like yin and yang, who knows? Maybe we're here to give each other strength, or more. There's nothing like the sense of relief after waking up from a vivid nightmare. Despite all the terrible things that have been happening this past week, I feel so free and hopeful when I finally woke up. And my nightmare was so obvious. All my fears about being an artist, about my rewind power, and of course about my partner in crime and time, Chloe Price. We've been through so much together, and we might go through more depending on how this all ends, either in heaven or hell. Sorry, I couldn't resist. Okay, and then... Chloe is more than my best friend, but who knows how she really sees me. She did dare me to kiss her, but she seemed surprised that I actually did. I am too, but I don't regret it for a second. Maybe that's why I hated watching Chloe being so cruel in the nightmare, calling me names and flirting with all those people. I was surprised that it was like a physical pain in my heart. Is that the power of friendship or love? I believe you're about to find out, Max Caulfield. Oh, that thing. Oh, I remember that too. I remember that too. In the nightmare, when the nightmare Chloe was like making out with everybody else, I didn't feel anything. I was like, oh hey Chloe, yeah sure, I'll bang her, sure, cool, you do that. So I said earlier that I don't really feel jealousy. I honestly didn't. Like I'm all for Max and Chloe having lesbian sex, but I didn't. Like when the nightmare Chloe was doing all these things, I didn't really care. Well, I mean, I kind of rationally, I was concerned about what it means, but I didn't feel it. Whereas like Max here, like she says, "I'm surprised it was like a physical pain in my heart." And that I mean, I mean that's a physical pain in the heart. I know what that feels like. I felt that before, not very often, but I have. But you know, I didn't feel it in the game when I was playing the game. That's funny. Okay, so the nightmare, like the game, like tries, like at the very last moment, it tries to draw this connection between you using the power and the storm. I never bought it, right? Alright, so now that we've read through the whole thing, and we've had a really good long discussion about everything, this is a really long video. I'm glad I did that though. I mean, the story is so good that you should at least go through it twice. I still don't think it ended well. I still don't think they closed it properly. That they closed the story properly. It was like four episodes of really interesting stuff, and then the final episode just didn't end properly. They didn't know how to close. But it happens with so many stories, like I said. Alright, so now we exit this. So here's the endings. We've seen the Sacrifice Arcadia Bay one. Okay, look. It's a magic storm. So now that we accept the fact that it's a magic storm, that anything can happen, then I guess anything can happen. But in my mind, looking at that tornado, I guess some people would die. I don't believe that everybody in Arcadia Bay would die. So really, like this choice, whether you sacrifice Chloe or sacrifice Arcadia Bay, I didn't think it was literally kill everybody in Arcadia Bay. Because like Blackwell, the dormitories is like brick and concrete. Like the tornado is not gonna bring that down, is it? Another, like, couldn't people hide in their basements, or like weren't there like structurally sound buildings anywhere? I think the story is meant to be that literally everyone else dies in Arcadia Bay. I think that's what the storyteller intended. In my mind, I didn't think that would happen. In my mind, I think, and I still think that it would tear down some buildings, some people would die, but most people would not, in my mind. That's what I think. So I mean that's mostly the reason why I say, well, sacrifice Arcadia Bay, because I don't think that the damage would be that big. And we don't know, like if you look at the ending, like Chloe and Max gonna drive through the town and all the buildings are destroyed, but you don't see any corpses. You don't see any survivors neither. You don't see any corpses, so it's not really clear if everybody died. And then Max kind of smiles a little bit at Chloe, which is kind of morbid if everybody died, but she smiles. So I don't know. It doesn't. I don't think everybody died. I can't tell. And sacrifice Chloe. I mean, we'll sacrifice Chloe, and there'll be problems. I might talk over everything, but let's look at this.
Max, it's time. Chloe, I'm so sorry. I don't want to do this. I know, Max, but we have to. We have to save everybody, okay? And you'll make those fuckers pay for what they did to Rachel. Being together this week, it was the best farewell gift I could have hoped for. You're my hero, Max.
Alright, so we kill her again. And the thing here is...
I'll always love you. Now get out of here, please. Do it before I freak. And Max Caulfield, don't you forget about me. Never.
So, I don't know, is the storm here for Chloe, or is the storm here because we used the power? Because look, we're gonna use the power again to go back in time. And then presumably, once we're back in the past, we use the knowledge that we have to change certain things back here. Look, like here. Look, here, like, we just let Chloe die, but do we have to? What if we don't? What if we do things differently again? What if, like...
It's cool, Nathan. Don't stress.
What if she
You're
shows
okay, bro.
herself?
Just count to 3. Don't be scared. You own this school. If I wanted, I could blow it up. You're the boss.
What if she shows herself now?
So what do you want?
I hope you check the perimeter, as my step-ass would say. Now, let's talk business.
I got nothing for you.
Wrong. You got hella cash.
You don't know who the fuck I am or who you're messing around with.
Where'd you get that? What are you doing? Come on, put that thing down!
Don't ever tell me what to do. I'm so sick of people trying to control me.
You are going to get in hella more trouble for this than drugs.
Nobody would ever even miss your punk ass, would they?
Get that gun away from me, psycho!
Right, so there's the gun. And obviously people heard the gun, right? And then they come and arrest him. But the wacky thing, like, what happened if like, why couldn't Max, like, show herself before Chloe comes in? So then when they come in, like, there's someone else there and they don't argue in here. That would be a different outcome. I see, like, you know, once you have time travel, anything can happen. Like, why does it happen? Why does it have to happen this way? Why does it have to happen this way? If anything can happen. And then the way they write it is... So they catch Nathan. And they interrogate Nathan. And then they catch Jefferson. Okay, I mean, it kind of makes sense, alright. Still have to tell Joyce and David that Chloe's dead. And then we're sad about it. I don't know. I don't buy it. Like, look, I understand the story they told. I don't believe it, nor do I think it's a good story. I don't believe it because all the other times we go back in time to do something different, other things have gone wrong. But somehow this time nothing goes wrong. Everything ends up perfectly. And the implication of that, which is the second point, is that if you choose to do nothing, things will end up better. That is not... This is not the right thing. This is not the right message to give people. Like, what does this mean? Like, if you should not try to save people. Like, if you have an ability to save someone, you should let them die, and then and things end up better because of it. That's not the right story to tell anyone. It's like saying, well, hey, don't make a difference. That's what it means, right? Don't make a difference. if you don't make a difference, then everything will turn out right in the end. This is not the right story to tell. The moral of this story is wrong. And what happens with the Prescotts? There's still a filthy rich family messing up the town's economy, right? What about that? That's not resolved. No, I don't. And these guys, the drug dealer, they're still walking around free. Why are they still free? They were part of the problem. No, this is completely wrong. The messaging is completely wrong. The messaging is completely wrong because the final moral, believe it or not, is that if you take that ending, the final moral is that if you try to help someone, bad things happen, and what you should do is not help people, isn't it? You try to save Chloe's life, and the outcome is terrible things happen. Isn't that the final outcome? That is so wrong. If we adjust it a little bit, if we say if we abuse the power, bad things happen. But if we use it to help people, then things go right. That's okay. I'm okay with that. If you abuse the power. But this isn't what that is. What this is if you try to do the right thing and help people, bad things happen. That is such a terrible moral for a story. This game ended terribly. Episode 5 ended terribly. Which, okay, I mean, as I said at the start, I'm going to end up being negative on this game, but not because it's a bad game. It's like 90% excellent. But it just ends really... It just didn't end well. They didn't know how to end the story. And I think they botched it. I think this is like Mass Mass Effect 3 level of botching in terms of story endings. Like the choice you make at the end literally isn't important. Like it's not important, and it's wrong. It's even wrong because like you trying to do the right thing hurts people. Like I mean, sure, sometimes it happens. All right, sometimes you try to do the right thing and you can't get it right, but it doesn't mean you should not try. You know, it doesn't mean you should not try to do the right thing. So the messaging is wrong, and it doesn't really touch on all the things that were important in the game. I mean, like drugs, guns, bullying, suicide, etc., etc. All that other stuff, which is in the healthcare and poverty, euthanasia. Like we can just kind of rattle off all the actually important things in the game, and it's not what the ending was about. The ending was about magic storms and magic correlations between using your magic time rewind power and magic storms. It ended really poorly, man. It's I really do think it's Mass Effect 3 level of bad. I mean, I think BioShock Infinite ended really poorly too. I don't know how many other people agree with me. I mean, well, they're great games. BioShock Infinite is a great game. Mass Effect is a great series. This didn't end well, and I would have to say the same for Life is Strange. It's great, really, really great must-play game, except for the ending. Okay, well, I think I've talked enough. I don't know if I'm actually gonna upload all of that in one video. It seems kind of crazy to do that. This remains about half and half. Yeah, I decide to sacrifice Arcadia Bay. I don't really believe the ending. And yeah, no for the ending. But the rest of it, great story. What a great game. I don't want to stop talking because I love this game. Anyway, I'm gonna stop talking, and I'll go back. You can play like bits and pieces. So like, you can go back and get your photographs. So I'm gonna do that. Go back and get my photographs. Back. And but that's my own time. And I'll see you in future playthroughs of other games. Bye.